Senior Judge Don Ash is presiding.
Thank you. Have a seat. Could we hear from your McDonald's lady? I'd like to hear her. You remember we stopped, about her testimony about the condition or whatever?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we start with that question again? I'd like to hear her answer again before I bring the jury in.
Okay. Kelsey Coons.
And while we're waiting for her, yesterday I gave a 404B charge and met with the attorneys before I did that, and they agreed to that. There was not an objection. Well, the state didn't like me introducing the 404B stuff, but there wasn't an objection to the charge.
Correct.
Yep.
And Judge, we would like to address the court at some point prior to, not this witness, but there's going to be a string of witnesses where there was disclosures made by the victim in this case, and now that she's been subject to cross-examination, the co-defendant in this case, and she's been subject to cross. There was significant cross on several issues, and we feel that the law is, for purposes of prior consistent statement, that now that her credibility has been attacked, especially with the 404B ruling, Judge, there's a significant gap in the proof in this case, and it always has been in that the 404B, the motive for this crime to occur in this case has always been under the state's theory that the defendant harbored a willingness and a desire, a sexual desire to abduct and rape and torture somebody, and he had articulated that on 2 prior occasions, and I understand that the court has ruled that those aren't going to come in through Ms. Dishman, and the court has ruled on that under 404B. However, when you look at the hole in the state's proof, that now you've created a possibility that the co-defendant had a motive to be jealous and go into a jealous rage and perform this killing and this abduction, then you've also left us with the posture that we don't have the ability to rebut that. And that doesn't come under 404B, that comes under 404A. It's our position that because now you've created a position where there is no motive of this defendant, when that's always been the case for him, because it was his sexual fantasy to abduct somebody, and on 2 prior occasions, he in fact...
I found that wasn't clear and convincing. That's the reason I didn't let it in. So I still don't know I don't know what you want to do.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
2 things. I wanted to have a 404A hearing for you to be able to decide under 404A whether or not they've opened the door by allowing them to talk about the motive of the co-defendant to be jealous over a person.
All right.
And whether or not that's...
Before you put on any of that proof, we'll have a jury out on it.
Okay.
And then go from there.
And secondly, that we should be able to put on prior consistent statements because they've impeached the co-defendant, and we should be able to put on her utterances that she made that were consistent now that they've put on proof and cross-examined.
And how are you going to do that?
With a prior consistent statement.
How are you going to do it?
With the statement, there's 4 people that in a line of succession that she told, starting with Mahogany Pico, and told specifics about what the defendant had done. And how the crime was committed.
Okay, we'll have a jury out on that too. Okay? Because I'm not telling you I'm going to do that. All right?
We have a line of 4 different witnesses that she told in succession, Judge, and we're wanting to...
Is the McDonald's lady one of them?
No, she's not.
Okay, she's here?
Yes.
Ma'am, step up here, please. Good morning. If you'll raise your right hand again. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You'll have a seat. If you'll state your name again for the record and spell both your first and last name.
Kelsey, K-E-L-S-E-Y, Coons, K-O-O-N-S.
Okay, and the question that we were discussing last time with her was about something that the Ms. Dishman came over and talked to her about, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and ask.
Yeah, I thought Your Honor ruled on that issue that you were going to allow that? Or you want to...
No, I'm not allowed. I want to hear her statement.
Okay.
Again.
Ms. Coons, you recall that the media, when the media started talking about the discovery of a body in your apartment complex, or rather your fourplex, and how did you become aware of that?
I had seen it on my phone.
Okay, and so you discovered that it was in fact your immediate next door neighbors that were involved in that?
Yes.
In the few weeks prior to the discovery of the body there in your apartment complex, did you have a conversation with co-defendant in this case, Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
And you had conversations with her in the past, right?
Yeah, just here and there, yeah.
Okay, but this particular conversation, if you tell the judge, what was the purpose of her initiating contact with you?
Because she was wanting to use my phone to make a fake Facebook profile to try and get a hold of somebody to get a ride out of there, because she was scared that Sean was going to kill her. She had made a fake Facebook profile to try and get a ride out of there because she had told me that she was scared of Sean and was scared that he was going to kill her.
And that was in the weeks, estimate the amount of time between that and the discovery of the body that conversation occurred?
Probably about 2 or 3 weeks.
And did you in fact lend her your phone?
I did.
And did she in fact create a Facebook profile on your phone?
Yes.
And what did you do with that information?
After she done it, she asked if she got a message if I would take it to her and let her see it, and I never did. I just deleted it.
Okay. And why'd you do that?
I just didn't want to be involved.
Okay.
And your objection? Okay. And so it looks like to me that it would fall under that exception because it does say admissibilities of the statement made by the declarant concerning his or her state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition at that time. She could not say, for example, he hit me last week or he did something to me last week, but her testimony is limited to just her present sense impression of I'm afraid. So I will allow her to testify in regard to that. Is there anything else you want to get from her?
I do, Judge. She also heard the disturbance in.
Go ahead and
do you want to go into that?
I do.
And so when the body was discovered, first off, you did not know Jennifer Paxton.
No.
Had you ever seen Jennifer Paxton based on the media photos that you saw?
On the pictures online, yes, I've seen
Okay.
them.
Had you ever seen her before at your apartment?
No.
Okay. And with regard to that, did investigators come out and talk to you about anything you might have observed
Yes.
or heard?
Yes.
And did you in fact give a statement,
Yes.
both orally and in writing,
Yes.
and provided that to the police?
Yes.
And with regard to that, what was it that you heard in terms of what activity over there at your neighbor's house that caused you concern to report to the police?
Well, it sounded like a fight maybe going on over there. We heard a lot of beating and banging, commotion, kind of like stuff being thrown around.
Okay.
It started in the living room, and then it had moved to the kitchen just very briefly, and then back into the living room.
Okay. And do you recall telling police, or do you recall when this occurred?
It was around the time of Christmas.
Okay. And you know it was around time of Christmas because?
My tree was up.
Okay. And that, the noise that you heard, you said that it also went to the kitchen. Did it eventually go someplace else?
Yeah, it started in the living room, moved to the kitchen very briefly, went back to the living room, then it got kind of quiet for not a very long period of time, and then I heard it upstairs in the bedroom again.
Okay.
And then it wasn't long after the commotion in the bedroom that I started hearing a bed hitting the wall, like they were having sex, and I heard that over the next few days at just various times in the day.
Okay. And this activity that you're talking about, throwing things around, you described as a fight that you thought was going on over there?
Yes.
You consider calling the police?
I didn't.
Did you consider calling the police?
I mean, it crossed my mind.
Okay.
but-
Why didn't you?
Because it wasn't my business.
Okay. And did you consider calling them?
I considered going over there and asking them to stop making all that noise because my baby was trying to sleep.
Okay. And that was your concern?
Yes.
And with regard to that, also you said that for the next few days, you also heard commotion over there?
The next few days was just strictly the bed hitting the wall was all I heard.
Okay. And that was upstairs?
Yes.
Above your apartment?
Yes.
And you share an adjoining wall with the defendant's apartment?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the floor plan of their
I
apartment?
am.
And you know that that was coming from a bedroom?
Yes.
And which bedroom was it coming from?
The main bedroom.
Okay, the master bedroom?
Yes.
And that occurred for over how many days?
About 3 or 4 days.
Okay, and did you ever hear anything after that?
after that, nothing.
Was there any other trouble in the time that you had stayed there? You said you'd been there a year,
Yeah,
that you had?
the entire time I lived there, I never heard any kind of noise like that except for that week or so.
Okay. And that's the
Okay.
remainder of proof that we.
All right. We'll bring the jury in. If you can bring them in, please.
Yes, sir.
Everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat. I can reflect all our jurors have returned. Good morning. Hope all of y'all are doing well. Hope you had a pleasant evening. And ma'am, I think you were testifying yesterday for us. Could you tell us your name again?
Kelsey Coons.
And I think I previously put you under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right. And questions from the state?
Ms. Coons, I think where we left off, we had exhibit number 10 that you had drawn where your apartment is in relation to the defendant's apartment. Judge, do you have the exhibits or do we have?
I do. I think the laptop.
Could I have exhibit 3, 5, and 10?
Thank you. Give them.
May I approach to it?
Sure.
Ms. Coons, you've prepared exhibit number 10. That's the exhibit I'm going to show you from yesterday. You recall that, right?
Yeah.
And you have marked on there KK for Kelsey Coons.
Yes.
And you have marked on and you've already told the jury that your apartment was a 1-bedroom, 1-floor, and his apartment was the immediate next apartment to your apartment.
Yes.
And you also know the floor plan or layout of their apartment and your apartment.
Yes.
Okay. And so in terms of shared wall space, what rooms share the wall space in between that separate your apartment from their apartment? What is the room on the other side?
My living room, it would have been his living room on the other side, and upstairs would have been his bedroom, the
Okay.
main bed, the master bedroom.
Okay.
My kitchen, the other side of my kitchen would have been his kitchen, and above that would have been the other room.
Okay, so
for
both
him.
your kitchen share a wall and your living room share a wall.
Yes.
When you say that there's a master bedroom above your living room, his master bedroom, you're talking about Finnegan's apartment.
Yes.
Is there a second bedroom in that?
Yes.
And where is that above?
Directly across from his bedroom.
Okay. Is that above the kitchen?
Above the kitchen, yes.
Okay. And so, with regard to that, I also see that there's maybe a chimney sticking up out of there
Yeah.
in between the two apartments?
Yeah.
Tell the members of the jury about that.
That would have been in between mine and his living rooms.
Okay. Do you have a fireplace in yours?
We did.
Okay. And on the other side, it would share that chimney, a fireplace on the other side?
I imagine so.
Okay. I'm going to now show you what have been marked for identification as exhibit number 3. I'm sorry, these are actually in evidence, exhibit 3 and exhibit 5. Take a look at those if you would. Back in August actually August 5th, did you become aware that something had happened next door to you in that apartment that we're talking about, that Sean Finnegan was in?
Yes, when I seen it on the news.
Okay. That's how you learned of it?
Yes.
Were you there when things happened, when the police came and
No.
came into the residence? What were the circumstances of you not being there?
I had actually stayed at either my mother's or my grandmother's house that night.
Okay. So,
And when I came back the next day and was looking on my phone was when I seen everything. I was like, oh my gosh.
Hey, you'll speak up in the microphone a little bit, please.
yeah, I'm kind of standing to her right. Let me move back and I'll.
I had stayed at my mother's or my grandmother's house. They live side by side, so I can't remember which one I stayed at.
But not in Oak Ridge.
Not in Oak Ridge.
Okay.
When I had come back home the next day, is when I had seen everything on the news app on my phone.
Okay. And it made a lot of attention in the news.
Yeah.
And there were victims of, or rather pictures. Were there pictures in social media?
1 second. He objects, let me rule. I'll sustain. Next question.
Did you see photographs of the victim?
Yes.
Do you recognize the victim from exhibits number 3 or 5? Do you know this person?
I don't know her, but I know of her from seeing it on the news.
Okay. Did you ever see this person at the apartment?
No.
Or the apartment complex?
No.
Okay. So that was a surprise?
Yeah.
Okay. But prior to you finding out through social media, you had already told the jury that you'd had a couple of different interactions with the occupants next door, Mr. Finnegan and Miss Dishman.
Yes.
And how many times would you say you had interactions with Rebecca Dishman?
Just a handful of times, not a lot.
Okay. And you described her yesterday for the jury?
Yeah, she seemed
I'll sustain.
like a
Go
sweet.
ahead. No, man, you stop. He's going to ask you another question.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What did you describe her for the jury as yesterday?
As she was a sweet girl.
Okay.
She seemed kind of slower and, nervous, real nervous.
Okay.
I don't know.
And did you have a conversation with her in the couple of weeks before you discovered that something had happened next door?
Yes.
Tell the jury the circumstances under which that conversation occurred. First off, where did it occur?
On my front porch.
Okay. And who was present for the conversation?
Me and Rebecca.
And anybody else within earshot?
No.
And what did that conversation tell the members of the jury? What was that conversation?
She was just talking about how she was scared of Sean, was scared that he was going to kill her. She wanted to use my phone to make a fake Facebook profile to try and find a ride to get away from him.
How did you react to that?
I let her make a fake Facebook profile on my phone, and
So you physically gave her your phone?
yes,
You're a Facebook user?
I was, yeah.
So you had the app already on your phone?
Yes.
And explain that if you would. You just create a different person on the phone?
Actually, no, I take that back. I haven't had the Facebook app on my phone in a while. I let her do it through Chrome.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Explain that for us if you would. You let her do what through Chrome?
Go to Facebook and make a Facebook.
Okay. So she accessed essentially through the internet?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what the name of the profile she created?
Luna Dishman.
Okay. And what was her stated purpose for creating that profile?
To try and find a ride to get out.
I'll overrule based on our previous rule.
What was her stated reason for creating that profile?
Because she wanted to try and find a ride to get away from Sean.
Okay. And did you believe her?
I did. I kind of thought she was exaggerating a little bit on she was afraid he was going to kill her part, but after seeing everything I did, I don't think she was exaggerating at all.
Okay.
I didn't really hear that. Yeah, say that again.
I said at first I thought she was exaggerating a little bit on she was scared he was going to kill her, but after seeing everything on the news, I don't think she was
I'll
exaggerating.
sustain that. Disregard what you saw in the news. Go ahead.
Do you regret your actions at all and how you reacted to her statement to you?
Objection, Judge, I'm not sure the relevance.
Sustained.
Did you notify the police?
No,
Why not?
because it wasn't my business.
But the police eventually came to you, is that right?
Yes,
After things came into the news and the media that something had happened next door, right?
Yes.
It's a foundation, Judge, and it's not suggesting a response.
The way this works is, he makes an objection, I'll ask you for a response if I want one, okay? I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. You can answer, or I guess you already answered. So next question.
Was there something that, the police came to your residence and talked to you about the case, right?
yes.
And you, in fact, did you give a statement to police?
I told them that I had heard the beating and banging on the walls.
Okay. And let's go ahead and talk about that. What were the what were the police there asking you about?
Just if I had seen Jennifer or seen anything, just the basic questions.
Okay. And with regard to your interaction with the neighbors, you've already told us individually, was there anything unusual that had happened over there at the apartment while you were living there
I mean, like with.
that you conveyed to the police?
Just the beating and banging on the
Okay.
walls.
We'll get to that. Had there ever been anything other, when we're talking about this, the beating and the banging, what was it that you were alerting the police to?
That was it.
Okay. And let's describe it. When did this occur?
Just a day or two after. When did what occur? I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm being confusing. I get that. I'm sorry. Shortly after you learned in the media that something had happened next door, the police came and asked you about activity next door, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to their questions, you provided a statement.
Yes.
And you told them the truth about what things that had happened over there, right?
Yes.
And you told them about the incident between Rebecca?
Yes.
Okay. But you also told them about another incident that occurred prior in the past while they were neighbors.
Completely leading now. And he's
It's laying the foundation for what she's
Still
supposed to.
still leading, suggesting an answer. I'll overrule. Go ahead.
You also told them about an incident that occurred in the past that alerted you or alarmed you about something that went on over at the apartment next door.
Yes.
Okay, let's get specific about that. What happened that caused you to tell the police about that incident? What was it that first alarmed you? First starting with, what time of year was it?
It was around Christmas
Okay, and how do you know it was around Christmas?
because my Christmas tree was still up.
All right, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday in terms of your habits and your customs and whatnot. You put your Christmas tree up when?
Right after Thanksgiving,
Okay, and you take it down usually,
about a week or two into January.
okay, so we're talking about that time frame is when this occurred?
Yes.
And over what time period did what we're talking about occur? Days, weeks?
objection
Just-
asked and answered.
I'll overrule, but let's just let her tell the story.
It happened.
Rephrase your question. Tell us what happened.
Go ahead and tell us what made you concerned about what was going on next door.
Well, I heard what sounded like a fight next door originating in the living room. We heard beating and banging,
What specifically did you hear?
like just a bunch of commotion, like stuff being slung around. I mean, just like a fight going on.
Okay. In which room of the house?
The living room,
Okay.
right behind my fireplace.
And how long did that go on, the beating and the banging and the commotion?
I can't say for sure. I mean, for a little while.
And do you recall what time of the day it was?
I don't know exactly for sure the time of day, but I want to say around anywhere between 11 and 1
Okay.
p.m.
And your baby, does your baby at the time, did he or she, is it he or
She.
she? Did she sleep at any particular time?
Yeah, she took a nap early in the morning, then she took a nap usually around 11, 12.
Okay. And did this commotion cause you concern about that in any way?
She was sleeping at the time that it was going on, so I just didn't want her to get woke up.
Okay. And so the commotion that you're hearing about, the beating and banging, that's right in the living room. What happens after that?
Then I heard it move to the kitchen just very briefly, and then it moved right back to the living room. And
Okay.
then not long after that, it got silent for a few minutes, and then just a short time passed, and I heard a little bit more commotion upstairs in the bedroom, the main master bedroom. And
How did you know that?
what do you mean?
How'd you know it was a master bedroom versus, you knew it was upstairs, how did you know it was one versus the other?
Because I lived in a building just like that, so I know the layout of the room,
Okay.
of the building.
And so you're told the jury you hear it in the master bedroom, then what happens next?
After I heard the commotion for a minute, it wasn't long until I was hearing like a bed hitting the wall, like someone having sex.
Okay. And is that what you interpreted it as?
Yes.
And how long did that go on?
That went on for a little while, and then over the next 3 or 4 days, it was various times of the day that I would hear the bed hitting the wall. I can't tell you exact times, I don't know.
Okay, and as a result of that, how many days would you say it lasted?
About 3 or 4 days.
Okay. From the beginning of when you first heard commotion in the living room to the end was 3 or 4 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider, or what was your intent on doing with regard to the noise? How were you going to respond?
I mean, I wasn't.
What did you consider doing?
I considered walking over there and telling them to stop.
Also staying. Not relevant, what you consider doing. So next
Well-
question.
Were the police ever involved?
No,
Why not?
I never called.
Because why?
I never called the cops.
Why not?
It wasn't my business.
Okay. What did you conclude was happening over there in the
Objection,
living
she
room?
concluded.
What do you say?
What did you conclude was happening over there, based on all the different types of noises you were hearing?
I'll sustain the objection. Speculation.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Finnegan was home at that time?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not Miss Dishman was home at that time?
Probably she was always at home.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Question?
Yes, please.
So the first time you talked to the police was after the commotion at the house, as far as they were arrested?
Yeah,
Properly.
after they were arrested was when I had talked to the police.
Okay, and you'd seen some stuff on TV
Yes.
about it? Okay. Did the DA prep you for your testimony today? Prepare you?
Yes.
The DA prepared you for your testimony today?
I talked to them, yes.
Yesterday?
No.
A while back?
Yeah.
Okay. Because when you talked to the police, you didn't tell them any of those details about living room or kitchen or any of that stuff, did you?
No.
Okay. In fact, what you said was that you heard some noise, like
Yes.
banging on the walls.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't say anything about a bed hitting a wall. You didn't say anything about anybody moving from rooms. You didn't say anything about a pause.
I didn't go into straight detail on what I had said, but I did mention the bed hitting the wall, yes.
Okay. And if you had believed that there had been a murder there, you would have called the police,
Probably, yes.
but you didn't call the police.
Because I thought that it was just Sean and Rebecca having a dispute. Wasn't my business.
That happened before, huh?
That never happened before. I never heard any kind of noise like that before.
So you just assumed that they were having a dispute and banging the wall for hours?
I guess.
Okay, but you don't know if Sean was even there, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And then earlier you testified that your shift was, 4 a.m. to 1 p.m. at that time?
I was off the day that this happened.
You were off the days these happened? Okay. And you recall at what time of day it was now? Because you didn't tell the police then.
They didn't ask.
Okay.
I wrote a statement and that was it.
The police didn't ask you what time of day it happened?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did the police didn't ask you whether Sean was there or not back then?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, you remember a lot of details now.
I've always known the details.
You just didn't feel like telling the police back then?
I didn't think I had to go into great detail on my statement.
Even though a murder took
I told
place?
I told the basics of what I heard.
Okay. And they didn't ask you any further? They didn't push you for any detail?
No,
For a murder that happened next door to you, they didn't push you for any detail?
no,
No?
not that I remember.
Okay. And so now you remember all those details and you're saying them, right?
I've always known the details of what I've heard.
Okay. But this is the first time you're saying them in front of people, correct?
Yes, in front of these people, yes.
You didn't tell the police?
No.
You also talked about your relationship with them, and you didn't really have a relationship with the neighbors, right? You never carried on a conversation with Rebecca before then, really, other than hi.
She had come over a couple times
Okay.
and just kind of talked. Can't tell you what we talked about because I don't remember.
Okay, but it wasn't about her being abused, right?
No.
Okay. So this one day, 2 weeks before all this happened, this one day, she came over to your house and told you that she was scared,
Yes.
right? That she was scared Sean was going to kill her.
Yes.
And you had heard a commotion 9 months before, right?
Yes.
That, banging for hours and all this stuff happening over there, right?
Yes.
And she came over and she told you that she was scared he was going to kill her.
Yes.
And you just thought she was exaggerating.
At that point in time, yes.
Okay. Because that'd been your experience as their neighbor, right? You just thought she was probably exaggerating.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the time, I didn't know that the beating and banging and her coming and telling me she was scared for her life was connected.
Well, you still don't, do you?
Well, no.
Okay. But you've seen some stuff on the news and you've talked to the prosecutor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Objection, Judge, can we approach?
Here we go. Thank you. Any more questions?
So at the time when you heard these noises, the timeline that you say was around Christmas is really just based on the fact you remember that your tree was up,
Yes.
right? So you don't know what day you heard these noises.
No.
You don't know what time of day you heard these noises.
I know it was afternoonish.
Afternoonish, but so it could have been any time in the afternoon, right?
Early morning, between 11 and 1, like I said.
Between 11 and 1.
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't provide that detail before today.
No.
Okay. And then again, so when did you put your tree up?
After Thanksgiving.
After Thanksgiving. So that would have been late November,
Yes.
early December.
Yes.
And when did you take your tree down that year?
Either the first or second week of January.
Okay, so it could have been as far as mid-January,
Yes.
right? So somewhere late November to mid-January, you heard these noises.
Yes.
Sometime a day, you think between 11 and 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. You never called the police.
No.
You had a baby there, right?
Yes.
Were you scared?
I was annoyed.
Thank you, Judge.
Other questions, redirect?
Just briefly.
Sure.
We met before trial, right?
Yes.
And we talked about your testimony,
Yes.
and we provided you a copy of the written statement.
Yes.
And what did we ask you to tell when you came in here?
The truth.
You recross?
Just real quick, you said that she came over and made up a Facebook page, right? And then did she get a response?
I don't know.
Because you deleted it
This is
immediately.
recross, Judge. This is not subject to
No,
that.
it's not. I agree. All right, thanks, ma'am. You stay in the court, free to go.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Who's next?
Cole Pico.
Everybody got a pen? We're missing one. We need one more. I'm sorry, my fault. Okay, we're good then. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Right up here, please. If you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. If you have a seat there, if you'll speak up into that microphone, that'll help everybody hear. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Cole Pico, COLTPEKOC.
Questions?
Mr. Pico, you resident of Anderson County, Tennessee?
Yes.
And how long have you lived here?
Wow, 8 years?
8 years? Where are you from? Where do you hail from?
Illinois.
Okay, Chicago, Illinois?
Right outside, yes.
Okay. And where did you live back in 2019?
Florida Avenue in Oak Ridge.
What particular address were you at?
302.
Okay. Who'd you live there with?
My wife and kids.
What's your wife's name?
Mahogany.
And how many kids you have?
2.
How old are they?
15 and 6.
Okay. How long did you live at 302 Florida Avenue?
I don't even know for sure. That's a wife question.
Okay. Are we talking years, months?
Yeah,
days? Years?
Years.
Okay. And what kind of place was 302 Florida Avenue? Single-family residence, multi, tell us.
Yeah, it was
describe
a 2-story quadplex.
Quadplex, as in
Yeah.
4?
Yeah, it's got the 1 bedrooms on the ends and then 2 bedrooms in the middle. And it's 2-story in the middle.
And what did you occupy in the quadplex?
The 2-story in the middle, like if you were looking at it from the street, it'd be the right apartment.
Was your front door facing what road?
Florida Avenue.
Okay. And so, do you have the building behind you, is that owned by the same landlord?
No.
Okay. Different landlords?
Yeah.
But the same landlord for everybody in your fourplex?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Pico, do you venture out and get to know your neighbors at all?
No.
Why is that?
I grew up in a neighborhood where you don't talk to your neighbors.
Okay.
You don't need to know them.
From Illinois?
Yes.
From Chicago, that's the way you
Yes.
know your neighbors? Okay. And so you pretty much stick to yourself? Is your wife the same personality?
No, my wife's a social butterfly.
Okay. And so in terms of connections or social interactions with neighbors, yours, how would you describe yours versus your wife's?
If I see him, I'll say hi and go on.
Okay.
She talks to him.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity at any point to get to know your neighbors in the building behind you?
Because of my wife, yes,
Okay. How so?
partially. The guy,
What do you mean because of your wife?
well, I don't talk to him. I don't care to know people. And if she talks to him, I end up eventually having to.
Because she befriends them?
Yes.
All right. And moving on specifically to the building behind you, who did you know were occupants in the building behind you? That is, you're on Florida Avenue. We're talking about the fourplex immediately to your back door.
She knew everybody in that building.
Okay. Was that building similarly situated like yours?
Yeah.
It was like a fourplex?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think ours was a little more modern, like had been renovated through the years a little more,
Okay.
but essentially set up the same.
And specifically, did you have an opportunity to meet a woman named Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of you meeting Rebecca Dishman?
Her and my wife were friends.
Okay.
They talked and hung out.
And so, tell the members of the jury how much time and opportunity did you have to observe Rebecca Dishman over the course of time that you lived there and that she lived there?
I would see her here and there. On the weekends, she would come over and talk to the wife. That'd be like the only time that I would actually have interaction with her. But
She'd come in your house?
yeah, she'd
All
come
right.
over.
And you would converse with her?
Yeah.
And you formed an opinion of her?
Yeah.
And what was your opinion of her?
She was simple,
Okay.
kid-like.
Okay. How so?
She just didn't have your typical adult. I don't. She dressed kid-like. She'd be excited about stuff my kids would be excited about.
Okay.
She was just very simple.
Okay. How about her reaction to other people that you were friends there? Did you notice anything unusual about that?
She would cling to anybody that gave her attention. That was nice to her.
Objection, Judge.
I'm sorry. What was your objection?
Relevance.
I'll overrule.
You were saying she would cling. Tell us what you mean by that.
I had a friend that was staying with me, and he would just be nice to her in passing, and she thought he was into her.
Objection to what she thought and said.
How did she behave around him?
She would get giddy.
Okay. And at this point, are you aware of Sean Finnegan? Do you know what his relationship is with her? At this point?
Yeah, that's her boyfriend.
And Sean Finnegan, is he here in the courtroom?
Yeah.
Point him out for the jury, if you would. Reflect he's pointing to the defendant, Mr. Finnegan.
You did?
You said that he was her boyfriend.
Yeah.
And but you also saw her getting giddy with other
Objection to
people?
bleeding, Judge, she's testifying.
I'll sustain.
You also observed her behavior.
Yes.
And your characterization of her as simple, why is it that you characterize her in that way?
She
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule.
She seemed like she needed a lot of help in taking care of herself.
Okay.
As in simple. Like,
All right. And in terms of her relationship with Sean Finnegan, what did you have, did you make an opinion at any point about who was the leader in that relationship?
Objection, he just said that he didn't have a whole lot of contact with them.
I'm asking about his knowledge of the relationship.
I'll overrule.
I would say Sean was in charge. Like,
And do you know specific examples of why you feel that way?
because I've seen firsthand him tell her, let's go, and that he doesn't want her there.
Okay. Were there times where she was forbidden from coming to your place?
Yes.
Objection.
By who?
Objection, how does he know that?
I'll sustain.
Well, who were you told by them?
Objection, hearsay.
If it came from the defendant, then he can say.
Then ask that question, and the defendant ever tell me?
Defendant ever tell you, or were you ever present when the defendant told her she ain't coming around no more?
Yes.
Would she behave? Would she behave and honor that when he'd say?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Let the defense see it. Did y'all see this? Okay.
So we're at 11, Your Honor? Mr. Pico, I'm handing you exhibit number 11. And just to tell the members of the jury what exhibit number 11 is.
Looks like a map of Oak Ridge.
And the red dot is,
Looks like where I would live.
and number 12,
Oh yeah, it's the house behind mine.
okay. And if you could sign that Colt Pico
Where would you like me?
anywhere on the document. And exhibit 11 and 12 are maps of the location of where we're talking about.
Yeah.
Your address at 302 Florida. The red marker, however, is on which apartment?
The one directly behind me.
The one Mr. Finnegan lived in?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just point an arrow to that and put SF to the red dot so the jury knows where we're talking about in town. And you've signed it, Colt?
Yes.
You have, and date it today, August. Okay, and initial exhibit 11 is the location in town. And now handing you exhibit 13, which has formally been introduced in exhibit 10. And this will now be 13. You recognize that?
Yeah, this is my house, my car. That'd be Sean's house.
Judge, can we have it displayed while he's explaining and signing? This is the previously exhibit number 10.
Right, it is.
Okay, and what we're going to have you do, Mr. Pico, is first off, initial it with your initials. And I'm going to have you sign with the red pen. Why don't you circle where you and Mahogany, your two children, lived. Okay, and then I'm going to have you point to it up. Another way to project that. On this exhibit, why don't you, if you could stand down and tell us where you lived.
We lived here in this middle apartment,
And where did the defendant live?
directly behind us, his back door and our back door lined up.
Okay, and did you know Kelsey Norwood?
I knew her by name and just seeing her.
Okay. Where did she live?
She lived here on this end part.
Okay. And you had a little trouble getting down from the stand there,
Yeah.
Mr. Pico. Tell us, at the time, back in 2019, 2020, were you working?
I was on short-term disability and leave from work at the moment.
You got some back issues?
Yes.
And we would move that, him as 13.
I thought it was already 10.
I'm sorry, Judge, I've marked another one for 13 that's identical as 10, but he's made notations
Okay.
on
All right.
13 here, so.
Okay, 13 it is.
Go ahead and mark it CP, the red circle with it, inside the circle put CP and MP for Colton Mahogany. And then go ahead and circle what you just told the jury where he lived, Mr. Finnegan, with a blue pen, and put SF. So now, Judge, that new exhibit would be Exhibit 13, a replica of Exhibit 10, but Mr. Pico's recollection.
So take 13 and pass it to the jury, please.
So, Mr. Pico, it appears on Exhibit number 13 that you share a driveway in between the two units, is that?
That was not our driveway. That is their driveway.
And where would you park?
My car is the black car out in front of my unit there. We parked on Florida.
I'm going to turn your attention to August 5th of 2020. Obviously, you were living there, same arrangements that we've talked about in Exhibit number 13.
Yeah.
And you, Mr. Finnegan and Ms. Dishman were living behind you.
Yes.
You've already told the jury that your wife had befriended or had a friendship with.
Judge, he's just testifying.
You just can't, well, you can't suggest an answer. Just ask him a question.
Yes, Your Honor.
I know you're trying to speed things up, and I appreciate that. So I'm not being critical of that, but just try to ask him questions, not lead.
You already told the jury that you don't like to get in other people's business, but that something happened August 5th of 2020 that you felt you were getting in other people's business. If you can turn your attention to that, okay?
Yeah.
All right. What is it that had been happening in the complex, so to speak, that caused you to be involved in something on August 5th of 2020?
My wife had been trying to help Rebecca get out of the home because my understanding of it was
To what his understanding is.
All sustained.
How did you personally become involved in what your wife was fixing to do?
she wanted me to call a shelter.
Objection to what his wife asked him
What-
to do.
Well, that's not,
This is more the effect on the listener.
that's right. That's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's going to what he did in response to that, so I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
What does your wife ask you to do or participate in?
To find a woman's shelter that she could take Rebecca to.
Okay. And how long had that been going on? That process?
A few months. I called and set something up that day.
Okay. Where?
A shelter in La Follette, I believe,
Why La Follette?
because that was the only one that was open and intaking. I guess that's what you call it.
How did you find this place?
Google.
And who did you speak to?
I cannot remember the woman's name.
What were the circumstances of how you were going to arrange what was going to happen?
She told me that she needed to talk.
I'll overrule what he did in reaction to what her comment was, so not for the truth of the matter asserted. Go ahead.
What were the circumstances of what was going to happen? How was this going to be arranged?
She was going to talk to Rebecca and meet them at a police station with some of Rebecca's belongings.
And that was your personal conversation?
That was my conversation, and then she said that she needed to speak to the victim to make sure that that's what she wanted and that we weren't forcing her to go.
And what did you do to accommodate that?
Told my wife what was needed, and then she took a phone to Rebecca after Sean had left for work,
Why did you take a phone, why was a phone taken to Rebecca?
because she was not allowed to have a phone.
And when you said that you did this after Sean went to work, what was Sean's work schedule, if you know?
I know he worked evenings at a pint house.
Okay. And what was the plan? You said what time you were gonna, this was all gonna happen?
There was no time set to my knowledge when I talked to the lady.
Okay.
That was to be determined after she verified that Rebecca wanted to go.
Okay. And what did you do next in terms of the plan to make this happen?
Handed the phone off to the wife and set up that my buddy would let them use his car.
Okay. This complaint that caused you to react this way and to do this thing, had you made any observations in the past that caused you to do this?
I don't want to know. I don't know how long exactly before this, but Rebecca had had a black eye and broken glasses from them fighting.
Okay. And you saw that with your own
Yes.
eyes? And as far as the plan for actually getting her to this place, what was that plan?
After Sean was leave for work, she was going to pack all her stuff up that she could take and load it into my buddy Mike's truck or SUV thing, and the wife was going to drive her off to meet this woman at the police station in La Follette.
And did that in fact happen?
That is what happened.
Okay. You mentioned that Rebecca Dishman and the defendant lived in the apartment. You've already told the jury it's directly opposite yours.
Yes.
Out your back door or out your
Yeah.
front door?
Like if you walk out my back door, his back door was like this.
Okay, so they're exactly opposite. They're facing opposite directions.
Yes.
Who else lived in that apartment?
What apartment?
I'm sorry, in Mr. Finnegan's apartment.
His mother
Okay.
lived with him.
And did you have opportunity to observe her?
Yeah.
How old was she?
I'm not for sure how old she was. She was an elderly woman.
Was she around when all these things were happening?
Yes,
And how did you know that?
because she was screaming out the window saying she was calling Sean.
Okay. Screaming out the window when what was happening?
When Rebecca was loading her stuff into the back of Mike's car.
Okay. Why would she be saying that?
No idea.
I'll sustain.
But nonetheless, she was screaming.
Yeah, she did yell out that she was gonna notify Sean.
Hearsay, what she yelled out.
I'll overrule.
Well, what happened after she yelled something out?
Shortly after that, Sean come pulling in the driveway like a madman.
Okay. And you had previously testified you had waited until he went to work.
Yes.
Okay. And so he pulled in like a madman, and where were you when he pulled in?
My apartment.
Inside?
Yes.
Were your kids there with you?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the defendant do?
He knocked on my back door and asked me where she took her and told me that I ruined his life and that I had no right to get involved.
Okay. What else did he tell you he's gonna?
We had some words, and
Go ahead and tell the jury what words did you have?
basically I told him he could go back to his apartment. I don't know where she took him or took her, and he told me that he would kill me.
Did you also, at any point prior to this, did you have any further communicate?
Can I borrow your mic? ladies and gentlemen, while this gentleman's been testifying, if you listen carefully, which I know you did, he's referred to some statements made by another person other than the defendant. Those statements are hearsay. Remember, I defined for you what hearsay was, and they're not to be considered by you for the truth of the statement, but rather only its effect on him and on the witness in his response to those statements. Does that make sense? So what he heard is hearsay. That doesn't mean it's true. It means he heard this and this is how he says he responded. Got it? Okay. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, sir.
You just said that he said he was going to kill you. Did he make any specific ways or threats that he was going to accomplish that?
No, sir.
Okay. With regard to your communication, you had told the jury that you had spoken to the people on the phone and Rebecca put her on the phone. Did you have any further communication with those folks that you had set up after your
No,
wife
sir.
Rebecca leave? Okay, and do you have any communication with your wife?
I had talked to her, I believe it was after they had made it to La Follette and they were waiting for the lady.
Okay. So chronologically, tell the jury, did he arrive before or after you spoke to your wife that they'd made it to La Follette?
He had arrived before.
Okay.
I had talked to my wife.
Okay, so he arrives, those words are exchanged, and then you speak to your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that conversation with your wife, what do you do next?
I had talked to my wife. She had told me some disturbing things.
Also stay. Don't tell me what your wife told you. Okay. Next
I
question.
guess, Judge, we would assert the same basis that it's the reason that he is going to make the call that the jury's already heard. What he was told by his wife would be non-hearsay.
I'll still sustain the objection.
Okay. Based on a conversation you had with your wife on the phone in La
Yes.
Follette,
I called the
Did you
Oak Ridge Police Department, and when they showed up, he had made it a point to come from his apartment to the front of my apartment.
okay. What did you tell you called the 911
Yes.
center? Okay. And you reported something to them,
Yes.
and they sent a unit.
Yes.
And where were you while you waited on that unit to come?
In my apartment,
And where was he?
standing on his back porch.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because my back French doors look straight to his apartment.
All right. And did the police arrive at some point?
Yes.
And where did they park when they arrived?
In front of my apartment.
All right. And so where was the defendant when they parked in front of your apartment?
When they arrived, he come from the back of his apartment, around my building to the front.
Okay, so we're looking at Exhibit 13, I believe it is. The police arrived and parked on Florida?
Yeah, they parked behind the black car on Florida.
Okay. And where is it that the defendant, if you could just point to us on that exhibit, where was it that the defendant, you said he went around?
Yeah,
What were your words?
He come around the end of the apartment.
If I could have him stand down and just show the jury where.
He come around from his drivers to
do you wanna-
East Fairview. He come from his back porch here, down and through here,
Okay.
around.
And why did he come down and around?
No idea.
Okay. Where did you go?
I went to my front porch and talked to the police.
Show the members of the jury your front porch on that exhibit.
This is my front porch.
Okay. And where is he standing when the police arrive?
When they arrived, he was back here. Didn't see him pull up. I'm assuming he seen him pull up, and he come around
Pursuing and
to here.
I'll sustain.
Simultaneous to the police arriving, where does the defendant go?
To here.
Okay. In front of your residence?
Yeah.
Towards you?
Towards me and the police.
Okay. And do you convey what happened?
What's that?
What do you say to the police?
I let him know about him knocking on my back door and confronting me about my wife taking him, and then his statement that he was going to kill me.
Okay. And was he within earshot of you when you were talking to the police? Was he
For-
within, you just described a distance that he converged there,
For
right?
the first part of me talking to the police, yes, he was within earshot.
Okay. And did you hear them speak to him?
No, they took him off. One officer left with him around to the side, and one officer stayed with me when I told him the rest of what I had to say.
Okay. Went around the side back towards his apartment?
Yes.
Okay. So you never heard what he said to the
No.
police when he was confronted by your call for
Yes,
service? Okay. And of course, were you present later that evening when the police arrived again?
Yes.
How did this particular situation end? You said you told the jury that the police went around and you were out front on your front porch. How did that particular thing end?
It ended with them saying that they're going to monitor the situation.
I'll sustain the objection.
But the police left.
Yes.
But did they really leave?
No.
Okay. What did you observe in your neighborhood going on from that point on with regard to police activity?
Several different units parking in different locations, watching to see which roads left from the area.
Okay. And were you watching too?
Yeah.
Were you watching the defendant?
Yeah.
And what was he doing during this time?
He was tearing stuff out of his house that my wife had given Rebecca and tearing it up, throwing it in the trash, and standing there staring at my apartment.
Okay. And how long did this go on before the police that when you said there were police in different places, were they in undercover capacity?
Yes, they were in unmarked cars.
And how long did that go on before the police made their presence known?
Several hours. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, I believe, when they went into his apartment.
Okay. So you were present?
Yeah.
And you watched things happen from your own apartment?
Yes.
What did you see him remove from the apartment?
They brought what looked like a body down in a black bag.
What looks like things, and there's going to have police officers testify.
I'll sustain it.
They collected evidence, they took things out of
Yes.
the apartment. Pass it, Mr. Judge.
Thanks, sir. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. How long did you live as neighbors with Rebecca and Sean?
I don't exactly know how long that. I know that we had lived there before Sean had moved in, and I can't tell you exactly how long they had been going together because I didn't care.
Right, you didn't pay any attention back then.
I didn't.
It wasn't your concern.
No.
Yeah, so how long did Sean live there before Rebecca moved in? A little while.
A little while.
Yeah. A year maybe,
Not sure.
but a while.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said Mahogany was Rebecca's friend, but if Rebecca said that Mahogany was Sean's friend,
She had talked to Sean too.
okay,
She talks to all our neighbors.
okay. But Rebecca said she wasn't Mahogany's friend, that Mahogany was Sean's friend. Would that be a true statement, you think?
No.
I would object to that, that's.
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
You said something about her getting giddy. Was somebody coming around, or was like a?
No, when she would come over to my apartment and my friend would be there, she would get laugh a little more giggly than she would, and she would do obvious signs of like flipping her hair.
Like flirtation type stuff?
I wouldn't call it flirtatious.
Were they male friends? Were your friends male?
Yeah, I'm married.
Okay. I mean, you can have friends that are girls if you're married, but if they were male friends, she was flipping her hair and flirting, acting
I
giddy.
wouldn't call it flirting.
But she acted giddy and different
Yeah,
when they were there.
she would laugh more and talk.
You talked about her coming over with black eyes and a broken glasses, and that was from a fight. That's what she told you, right?
Yes.
You didn't see the fight.
No.
That's what she told you.
Yep.
Okay. Said she needed a lot of help taking care of herself. Like she just seemed kind of helpless, right? She needed people to do things for her.
Yep.
And she didn't mind asking people to do things for her. And people just kind of wanted to do things for her.
Yes.
Right. And so, while y'all lived there, you guys had like Thanksgiving dinner together at some point too, didn't you?
Yes, my wife is very nice.
Yeah. Did they come over to your place?
Sean come over and made a plate for him and his mother.
Okay.
Yes.
That's nice. And you guys used to hang out a little bit, right? I mean, y'all used to smoke pot together and stuff on occasion?
Not you all. I don't smoke pot.
You don't smoke pot?
No, sir.
Okay. So if there's text that suggests that?
There's no text that suggests I smoke pot.
Okay. Your wife did then, right?
Yes, my wife smokes pot.
Maybe that's what I'm confused. I might be confusing those texts, so I
believe so.
apologize. I didn't
I
mean to
moved
accuse
down here from Chicago to get straight with my life.
I got you. I didn't mean to accuse you. I apologize. I confused that. So talking about those apartments, we just had the, can we have that back up on the screen? May I approach, Joe?
Sure.
So we're gonna look at, for the record, Exhibit 13 again. And you said that the way these are built, or the way these are designed, these are two-story, right?
Yes.
And these side ones are one-story.
Yes.
So there's no upstairs on these two ends, right?
No.
And I think the DA asked you if you knew Kelsey Coons. Did he? Do you know who Kelsey Coons is? As a neighbor, where she lived?
Coons?
I think that's her name.
Norwood.
Kelsey Norwood.
Yeah.
Where-
I don't know her
You
personally.
knew where she lived?
Yes.
And she lived here?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a one-story.
Yes.
So there would not be a bedroom wall that she shared with the upstairs bedroom
No.
of Sean, right?
No.
Because her bedroom would be on this side over here, wouldn't it?
I believe so. I don't know what the end apartments look like.
Right, but the point is, she didn't have an upstairs.
No.
Right. And you lived there with your wife and your two kids. How old were your kids at the time?
Sadie was little.
They had to both be pretty young. I
Yeah.
guess.
Javi was in elementary school still. And Sadie was 2.
Okay, yeah, very young.
Yeah.
So did you know that Rebecca was a CNA?
Nope.
Never talked about that? Okay,
That would shock me.
she was, and she,
That's crazy.
yeah. So, did you know that she took care of elderly people?
Nope.
Okay. You know anything about her before she moved in with Sean?
Nope.
Okay. Sean had an elderly mother that lived there.
Yeah.
They've described it as she was basically hospice care, kind of elderly.
Yes.
Right? So it would make sense that while Sean was at work, maybe he wanted some help taking care of his elderly mother.
I don't know.
Don't know. But if his mother was at home on hospice care,
Before
Speculation.
Rebecca came, she would come out and
Objection
walk
to
the dog.
speculation.
okay. Whenever he came over, what he said to you when he came home, she was yelling out and said, "Rebecca's leaving," right? Or I'm calling Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he came home.
Yeah.
And when he addressed you, he basically said, "You ruined my life."
Yep.
Okay. And because the girl that had been living with him and was there with his mother had just packed up and left, correct?
She did.
She did. Can I have just a second, Judge?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have to.
Any redirect?
Can I approach?
Sure.
What I'm showing you, Colt, has been marked for identification as Exhibit 14, and it's labeled on the bottom as Google View, Exhibit number 14. And I want you to look at that exhibit and then orient yourself. What is that Google image of?
This is the back side of Sean's apartment.
Okay. And this is a Google Street View, so to speak, of
Yeah.
the apartment?
Yeah.
And we would move this in, Judge, as Exhibit 14, and let him explain the layout.
Okay, 14 it is.
If you want to stand down again, can you?
Get my steps in today.
Okay, we're gonna show exhibit number 14. The defense asked you if there were any shared walls between the end units in your apartments. We're looking at 14, you said is Mr. Finnegan's apartment?
Yeah, this
Point
is,
for where his
that's
apartment
his
is.
back door.
Okay, and where is Kelsey Norwood's apartment?
This is her back door.
Okay, and do you see the roof line of her apartment where it extends to?
Yeah.
And where does it extend to?
This right here would be the back bedroom.
Okay, and where would the master bedroom be?
It'd be in the front.
Objection, I'm not sure if he's been in her apartment.
Or the floor?
I'll overrule because you asked him about it.
Sure.
So I'll let Judge- Go ahead.
And so the roof line of Kelsey's apartment should be shared with what? What rooms in Mr. Finnegan's apartment?
It would be the big room in the front and then the back room here.
Okay, so both of the bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right.
Yes, you stay there. I want you to.
Oh, I appreciate that.
No problem, buddy. So, this is the fireplace,
Yep.
and the fireplace splits the living rooms, right? There's a living room on
Yeah.
this side of the fireplace, there's a living room on that side of the fireplace. Her bedroom would have been over here, probably. Sean's bedroom would have been up here on this side,
It would be this side over here.
this side
On the
over
front of the
here,
house.
okay, on the front of the house.
Yes.
And so the living room splits here, and it's way over there, isn't it?
No, this is right here between these two windows
Uh-huh.
is the center wall for the
For the living
For
room
the
slash
rooms.
bedroom, for the rooms upstairs.
rooms, because this wall right here would divide the little room and the big room.
Okay, but downstairs, there's no wall right there, right? That the living room is open where the fireplace is?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the wall that connects these two apartments
Right,
and the fireplace.
okay. Living room, bedroom, space, right?
This is kitchen here. It'd be living room in the front of the house.
Living room, kitchen, bedroom,
No, it'd be living room. It's living room,
okay,
kitchen.
okay. All right, got you, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Any redirect? Okay, sir, you step down. Free to stand in the court. We're free to go.
What's that?
You can stay here, you can go.
Good.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's 10:20, so what we'll do is we'll take our morning break. It'll be for about 20 minutes. We'll start back at 10:40. And you can just leave your notebooks there, please.
Suggestion she's lying or being untruthful about something because she's escaping the death penalty in this case. And because of that, they're suggesting a recent fabrication. The Tennessee case law says that if that's done, if the person's credibility has been assailed like they did with her, and suggesting some sort of fabrication based on an event after a statement was made, we can then go into those prior consistent statements that she made at the time, and which very specifically she made to Mahogany Pico, that caused the disclosure of all of this, that caused Pico to become involved, that caused her to talk to Lieutenant Mansfield from the county department, then caused her to talk to Roy Hines and Marvell Moore with the city police of Oak Ridge, telling all of them.
So she's going, so what you want her to do is, you want Mahogany to testify about the statements that Ms. Ditchman made to her.
That's
Is that
correct.
right?
That's right.
Okay, so let's get her in here and hear what she's going to say.
Okay.
Judge, can we have a brief recess before we do
Yeah,
that?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
She just needed to respond. Sarah,
go back and get in her statement that says that she was consistent all along with all of the factors that we're alleging in this case.
So she's gonna say, so this lady's gonna say there was a torch used and there was a box cutter used?
No, she's going to say that her original statement to the police was consistent with her witness testimony, that in fact it was Sean Finnegan, that she witnessed him. He came home with this woman. He beat her with a baseball bat. They took her upstairs. They chained her to a bed. She took part in that, that he strangled her out within a few days, choked her with a shoestring, all of those factors that they are suggesting that this witness is lying about, because they said in opening statement she has completely reversed their roles.
And Judge, you just said it. I said it in opening statement. I didn't call her a liar a single time yesterday. I pointed out some inconsistencies in her statements, but I didn't call her a liar a single time. What they're trying to do is have her testify multiple times.
Well, let me hear from what this lady's gonna say. And then we'll go from there.
Your Honor, also just on the record, here's the best evidence, Judge. I mean, she's testified about all this stuff.
And I'll just let you ask whatever you want to ask, and then we'll.
Well, I'll just go right straight to what she was told when the disclosure about Mr. Finnegan's involvement.
Okay. If you'll step up here next to me, please. Just come on up here. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you'll have a seat right there, if you'll tell me both your first name and last name, it's important you speak up, because we all need to hear what your testimony is. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Can you tell me your first name and last name and spell them both?
Mahogany Pico, Mahogany
So questions you want to ask in regard to, I guess, prior consistent statements by Ms. Dishman?
Yes, what Ms. Dishman told her on August 5th of
ahead.
2024. Ms. Pico, you transported Ms. Dishman to a shelter. The intent was to send her to, transfer her to a shelter in Claiborne County on August 5th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Tell the member, or tell the judge what it is that she disclosed along the way with regard to her involvement with Sean Finnegan and a body at her residence back on Fairview Avenue in Oak Ridge.
On the way, when I was taking her to go get order protection on the way to the safe house, it got quiet in the car, and she's like, "Mahogany, I need to tell you something." I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "Sean killed a girl." And I was like, "Okay, Becca, I didn't think it was true because it's Becca." And she looked at me and she started tearing. She goes, "I swear on my parents' graves."
That's what?
I swear on my parents' grave. And she started tearing up. And then I was like, okay, she's got to be telling the truth because she cared about her parents a lot. And we get to the gas station because I needed to get gas. And I stopped. I get out, pump gas, and I've got stuff going through my mind, like of what she just said. So I get back in the car and I'm like, "Becca, are you serious?" She's like, "Yes." And we're heading to the police station still, and she starts telling me things that had happened during the time that she was with Sean and stuff.
And what'd you tell you?
Okay. Well, she said that he killed Jennifer, and at the time she didn't tell me her name, I just know her name, and that she'd used shoestrings, a pair of shoestrings to choke her.
Okay. What else did she say?
That she'd gotten out of the shower one day and that he was masturbating to her corpse, and that he had cut her several parts of her body.
Take your time, okay?
And that her body was in a freezer in their closet.
And what else did she tell you?
She also told me that that Sean tried to was going to kidnap one of his friend's daughters, teenage daughter. They was getting ready to leave a buddy of his house, and he wanted Becca to get in the back seat. So when his daughter came out by the car, that Sean could throw her in the back of the car and Becca could hold her down to help kidnap her. But one of the men that was there at the house that they was visiting come out, and it didn't go through.
And what else did she tell you?
She said that Sean made her have oral sex with kids that they was babysitting, both of them, and that they was just babies.
Okay. And did she tell you anything else about what he did to her?
To Rebecca?
Yes.
Yes, that he would chain her up to a bed and brutally I'm sorry I had to say
That's
this.
okay.
Forced adult toys in her body. And when he would be mad at her, he said that sometimes he would try to shove parts of Jennifer's body in her mouth.
Anything else that you remember?
No,
Okay. Anything else you wanted to testify to?
We're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff about the actual transport to Claiborne County with their testimony, but that's the only testimony that we're talking about for the purpose of being a prior consistent statement of Rebecca Dishman. In addition to what we talked about earlier, the 404A, what we believe is just rebuttal motive evidence that she should be allowed to testify to about the motive of Sean Finnegan, because he had a sexual desire to kidnap somebody and had articulated that in the past.
Okay, so what you're asking me to do is to let her testify about some kidnapping plan, and then all this other stuff that she told her driving down to the shelter, right?
I'm sorry,
You want her to testify about, I guess I don't understand what the fabrication is.
the fabrication is that they're alleging that Rebecca Dishman has falsified and switched their roles only because she's getting out of the death penalty.
That's defense, Judge. I mean, that's my argument. That's.
Yeah, I don't, okay. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You want to be heard on this, why it shouldn't come, why I shouldn't let it in?
Yes.
Stand up and tell me, please.
She's already testified to it. I didn't hear anything that she didn't already testify to. I'm allowed to cross-examine her and challenge her credibility. That's what cross-examination is. If I'm not allowed to present a defense or cross-examine people, or something's bad for the state, it doesn't mean they have a rule to get stuff in and get to double down. Her repeating they're just trying to, the police are they're going to try to get it in through the police too. So, I mean, the whole point is just to keep repeating her story. It's not needed. It's repetitive, and it's hearsay, and it doesn't meet the legal requirement. And I never called her a liar or any other thing. Pointing out inconsistency in statements is a part of cross-examination. I just don't think it reaches any. And she was here yesterday, and if they want to clear it up, they can put her back on the stand. There's no reason for her to have to testify.
And I'll do that if that's the kid stuff.
But that's right, and the kid stuff is 404B stuff, the prior
No, it's
kidnapping,
not.
that's.
It's not.
Your Honor, the state would concede that we were not going to try to put in the evidence about the kids. That has already been litigated, and that was not going to
Right.
be elicited.
Okay, I'll come back in about 10 minutes, all right?
All right.
please. The state has asked for permission to introduce prior consistent statements of Ms. Dishman, and they want to do that through the next witness. The law in Tennessee, I think, is pretty clear. State v. Heron, 461 Southwest 3rd, 890. It says a witness's prior consistent statements generally are not admissible to bolster the testimony of a witness. Said, however, a defendant attacks a witness's credibility, the state may rehabilitate the witness by offering evidence of prior consistent statements. As such, the admission of prior consistent statements is authorized under two circumstances: one, where the statement is offered to rebut the implication that the witness's testimony is a recent fabrication, and two, when the deliberate falsehood has been implied. I'm going to find, first of all, that there, based upon my recollection of Ms. Dishman, there was not a recent fabrication. If she said she didn't remember something, she said she didn't. She said she'd never mentioned the torch before, never mentioned the box cars before, was honest, I think, that she did not disclose those actions to the police. And I don't think there was that the defense in regard that there was a deliberate falsehood, that saying that a deliberate falsehood's been implied. So I'm going to deny the introduction of that evidence, but we do have it on the record, so an appellate court can certainly look at that and see if I erred in that ruling. So,
Judge, with regard to our 404A request,
okay. So you're bringing the same stuff under 404A now?
no, just the kidnapping. That in
No,
fact that he.
I'm not going to bring up the kidnapping.
If 404A only applies to victims, she's
I
not.
know, I'm not going. I've already ruled on that before.
Under 404B, Judge, for the record.
404A, I'm not allowing it either. I think it's misleading. Under 403, I think, misleading, confusing to the jury, and simply cannot allow that to be introduced. Okay, so we're ready to get Ms. Mahogany to be our answer.
We are, Judge. Thank you.
All right, so if you get our jury, bring them in, please.
Judge, do they need to explain to her what she can and cannot say?
No, it's not.
Is one of those his
Thank you, Steve, please. Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, ma'am. If you have a seat right here, if you'll tell us both your first name and last name and spell them both, and if you'll speak up to the microphone, they'll help all of us hear. All right? Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Mahogany Pico, MAHOGANY PEKOC.
Perfect. Just a little louder for me, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Joe.
Ms. Pico, do you live here in Anderson County, Tennessee?
Yes.
In Oak Ridge, as a matter of fact?
Yes.
And in 2019, 2020, did you live in Oak Ridge?
Yes.
Where did you live in Oak Ridge in 2020?
On Florida Avenue,
Okay, do you recall the specific address?
305 Florida Avenue.
305, who'd you live with?
My husband, Cole,
Okay, how long ago did you move out of there?
in 2020.
Okay. And how long had you lived there when you were back in 2020?
Since 2015, 2016.
Okay, several years.
Yes.
Were your children born there? Not
Yes.
physically there, but were your
Right.
children born when you were living there?
Yes, my youngest,
Okay. And how many children do you have?
2.
We've already heard a little bit about the property there. If I can show you an exhibit, map book, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I've got this one right here, I believe. Exhibit number 14, been previously admitted. Do you recognize what that is a photo of?
Yes.
And you see how Google is circled on the bottom of that? It's a Google, you're familiar with Google Street View?
Yes.
Do you recognize that particular building?
Yes.
And what's that building?
That is where Rebecca and Sean lived.
Okay. If we could display that while she's talking to us, Judge. That's Exhibit 14, so the jury can see that as well. Ms. Pico, the exhibit number 14, we're looking at the building that you said that Sean Finnegan and Rebecca lived at.
Yes.
How many other people lived there? Let's talk about their unit first. How many people lived with them?
Also his mother.
Okay. And how old was his mother, if you know?
I do not know that. She was older.
70s, 80s?
70s, 80s.
Okay. And how long did you know Mr. Finnegan? Or do you recall when he moved in?
I can remember when he moved in, but not the exact time.
Okay. But you were there before him?
Yes.
And you were there before Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
Did Rebecca Dishman come into that unit before or after Mr. Finnegan?
After Sean.
Okay. So Sean lived there with his mother, and then Rebecca came? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying? Okay. And describe, if you would, in Exhibit 14, how are these how are these buildings comprised, or how many tenants are in these buildings?
There's 4 units,
Okay.
and I don't understand.
How many tenants are in this? You said 4 units?
Mm-hmm.
Are they all alike?
Oh, yes. In that unit, yes.
All right. And are there different numbers of bedrooms, though, in the units?
Yes, the 2 on the end are single bedrooms.
Okay. And the 2 in the middle?
2 bedrooms.
And which did Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman live in?
They lived in a 2-bedroom.
So if we're looking at this Exhibit 14, is it to the roadside or to the away from the roadside?
To the
2-bedroom.
roadside.
Okay. And where in relation to your apartment was that apartment that you just identified as them living in?
Straight across behind them.
Okay. So from this picture, this vantage, it's to our left from this picture's vantage point?
Yes.
Okay. But the unit exactly opposite?
Yes.
All right. And obviously, there's a driveway that we see there, so people are coming and going. And are you a person who pays attention to people coming and going, or are you a person that kind of sticks to yourself?
I pay attention.
You what?
I pay attention.
Okay. And as far as your husband is concerned, does he interact with neighbors and folks in that nature?
No.
Of that No. How come?
He likes to mind his business.
Okay. And do you follow suit?
No.
Okay. You involve yourself with friends? All right.
Yes.
Do you have friends in the neighborhood?
Mm-hmm.
And so your neighbors become your friends?
Yes.
All right. And did you at some point form a friendship with the defendant, Sean Finnegan, in this case?
I did.
Okay. Do you, I'll just ask straight out, do you enjoy smoking pot?
I do.
All right. And did you have a shared affinity for that with the defendant, Mr. Finnegan?
I did.
Okay. And so you have you engaged in that with him before?
Yes.
How many times would you say when he lived there and you lived there?
Several.
Okay. Several as in dozens, hundreds?
Dozens.
Dozens?
Hundreds.
Okay. And why was it that you sought him out for that purpose?
He was a neighbor.
Do you smoke in your house?
No,
Why do you not smoke in your house?
because my children.
And so what would you have to do to smoke do you smoke cigarettes as well?
Yes, I would go outside or over to Sean's.
Okay. Were there any other neighbors that you participated in that with?
Rebecca.
Okay. But specifically that apartment?
Correct.
So how much time would you say you've spent in that apartment? I'm turning your attention, of course, obviously to 2019 and 2020, when Sean and Rebecca were there together. How much time would you say you spent in the apartment?
Each time I went over, no more than 30 minutes.
Okay. And what would you do when you went there?
We would smoke, talk, joke.
Okay. Socialize?
Yes.
Is that fair to say? And would you consider yourself friends at the time with Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself friends at the time with Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself friends at the time with Frances Finnegan?
Yes.
And how much interaction did you have with Frances Finnegan?
Just hi, bye, how are you? She would talk sometimes, you know. I would take her a flower or two. That's it.
Was Mrs. Finnegan, Frances Finnegan, that is, what was her physical condition?
She was elderly. She didn't get around well.
Okay.
She needed assistance in some things.
Do you know if she needed medication? I mean, were you aware of any of that?
I know that she needed medication. Sean told me that she had been on hospice, and from the time that she lived there to, you know, the last couple of months, her health had went down.
Okay. And so she was on some pretty powerful medications?
Yeah.
Were you aware of what they were?
No.
Okay. But pain medications?
Pain medication, yes.
And so you've told the jury that Sean moved in at some point, then Rebecca moved in. Do you recall when it was that Rebecca moved in?
I know, I think it was around October. It was about September, October,
In what year?
2019.
2019? Before COVID?
Yes, before COVID.
Okay. And were you friends with, and did you interact with or socialize with Sean Finnegan prior to Rebecca moving into the neighborhood?
Yes, barely.
Okay. And what did you understand the nature of the relationship between Sean Finnegan and Rebecca was?
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Do you know how long they dated prior to Rebecca moving there?
No.
Would you have interaction when you went over, either socially or to smoke with them? Would you have interaction with both, one, or which one more predominantly?
Both of them. There was at times to be one or the other.
Okay. And you knew in that capacity, you got to know Rebecca?
Mm-hmm.
Did Rebecca drive?
No, she did.
How would she get places?
Sean would take her.
Okay. Did you ever provide transportation for her?
She would ride along with me to places, to the
Okay.
store and stuff.
Like what kind of places?
The grocery store.
Okay. Did you ever provide Sean that kind of rides or things like that?
There was one when I first started talking to him. I seen him walking, and I was like, "Hey, that's my neighbor that recently moved in. Let me see if he needs a ride."
Okay, so you
I gave him a ride
Okay.
and dropped him off.
Well, what was your understanding of the vehicle situation there at the house?
His car had broken down at the time.
Okay. Did Rebecca know how to drive?
She says she did, but I'm not sure if she did. She had a vehicle, but she never drove it.
Okay.
I never seen her drive it. I never seen her behind the wheel.
Okay. So in terms of your seeing and then being able to evaluate their relationship, how many hours would you say you've spent with them in the time that you were living there prior to August 5th of 2020?
I'm not sure how to answer
Would
that.
you say a lot? Or
Yeah,
is
a
it
lot of hours. Yeah,
Okay.
there we go.
So did you have an opinion of Rebecca based on your interaction with her about her affect or her demeanor or her person, what she was like?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury, what was Rebecca Dishman like?
Rebecca is more, she goes about doing things slower. She don't really understand stuff unless you really have to explain it to her.
Okay.
She's more like one of my children.
Okay. What role did you play in that relationship, do you think?
Judge, I'm going to object it. I think they're just bolstering the witness at this point.
All over the room. Go ahead.
What role did you play in that relationship with Rebecca? What role did you see yourself as?
Like big sister, mother.
Turning your attention to Halloween, did you have a specific interaction with Rebecca on Halloween?
Yes, I took her trick-or-treating.
Okay. And with regard to her, when you were talking about her person, is there something happened on Halloween that would have you understand her a little better?
She dressed up on Halloween.
And what did she do when she dressed up on Halloween?
She went trick-or-treating.
Objection.
How so?
What's the relevance to this?
Her childlike demeanor, Judge.
Yeah, I think you've made the point. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you get to a point with Rebecca in your relationship, looking from the beginning to the end, where things were changing in terms of her relationship with Sean that caused you concern?
Yes, she was coming over with bruises and
Okay. In terms of that, you told the jury you think October of 2019, and we know August 5th of 2020. In that 9, 11 months, 10 months, not sure if I'm calculating that right, but in that time frame between when she moved in and when things happened with her, when did you start noticing those types of things, that she'd come over with bruises and things like that?
by that November, she was starting to come over more with the bruises and stuff by November.
So within months of her moving in?
Yes.
And what did you personally observe between them with regard to their relationship in terms of who was in charge?
That
Objection, it's asking for her to speculate and give an opinion.
What did she observe?
Right. I'll overrule. I think she can tell me what her observation is.
well, seeing from the bruises and stuff on her body and stuff, seeing that,
Objection, now she's,
I didn't hear you. What you saying?
seeing the bruises.
Yeah,
and-
I'll sustain the objection. The question was, what did you observe about their relationship?
About their relationship and who led the relationship?
I seen Sean as the leader.
Okay. And how so? What did you observe that made you conclude that?
Him being controlling, he would tell her if she could use my phone or not.
Okay. Other things that he would tell her? What were
If she
what were the other
couldn't
things?
come back to my house, if I continued to let her use my phone.
Okay. And so there was an issue, obviously, with your phone?
Yes.
What was the situation with regard to the phone, to Rebecca having access to a phone? Tell the members of the jury that.
She would get on Facebook and talk to her friends, and he didn't like that at all.
Okay.
Any male friends, for sure.
Objection, I'd like to ask, what's the basis of her knowledge of that? I think it's hearsay, Judge.
Okay, I'll sustain, but you're gonna have to lay the foundation about how she would know that.
Did you hear Sean telling her things about her phone use and her access to you and things of that nature?
He told me personally not to let her use my phone anymore, or she could not come over.
That he was forbidding that?
Yes.
And you said that at some point, though, you lent her a phone?
Yes,
Okay. What were the circumstances for you lending her a phone?
so she could talk with her friends on Messenger.
Was that before or after he would say, don't let her come over, don't let her use phones?
That was after, so she would still have way to talk.
Okay. So you were not listening to what he was saying?
Right.
Why?
I just felt he was being too controlling to her,
Okay.
and her being the way she was, I wanted to help her.
Her being the way she was, I wanted to help her. Go ahead and tell the member of the jury, her being the way she was, what do you mean by that?
I think we're back down the same path we were a second ago.
I'll overrule. You can answer that.
Her being in her childlike mind, she would just bow down to him instead of somebody being an adult, be like, I can do this still. It's just him saying stuff to me.
Okay. And so you would intervene and help in that way?
Yes.
And who was it that she was trying to contact on Facebook or on your phone?
Ramesses,
Okay. Who's Ramesses?
an ex-boyfriend, fiance.
Okay. And would she also use your phone to contact the defendant, if you know?
Yes.
Okay. Because at the time, were you aware where he worked?
I know he worked somewhere in Knoxville at a bar.
Okay. And do you know what he did there?
Cook.
Okay. And the defendant, of course, had a phone,
Yes.
and he had a vehicle?
Yes.
You already told us? Okay. And so, with regard to the communication with the defendant, how would your borrowed phone be used in a manner to communicate with him, if you know?
She would text him.
Okay. Do you recall when you lent the phone out to her?
Anytime that I would smoke with her, she would use my phone.
Okay. So you would go over and lend her your phone, and she would do things on your phone?
Yeah.
Did your phone have service, or was it Wi-Fi?
Both.
Okay. And so what kinds of services would you allow her to use on your phone?
I just gave her my phone. She just wanted to use it.
Was it an extra phone or just for?
One was an extra phone, yes.
Okay. So were there times when you would leave the phone with her?
Yes.
And so there are, do you recall when that began?
No.
When you would have lent that to her?
I just off and on.
Do you recall when it ended?
Yes, that day that I took her.
What day?
On August 5th.
Okay. And with regard to the communications that she was making on that phone, were you aware of the nature of them?
No.
Are you aware now?
Yes.
If I could, Judge, Exhibit 1 for identification, and may I approach? May I approach? Ms. Pico, what I'm handing you has been marked, I'm going to take away Exhibit 14. What I'm handing you has been marked for identification as Exhibit number 1. Could you just leaf through that and tell us that's a 100 and, how many pages document?
115.
Okay. And you have, previous to trial, you and I have met, and General Keith, Agent Hannon, and you've seen that document before, is that right?
Yes.
How is it that you know you've seen that document before?
Because I went through and read every one of them.
Okay. And in the upper right-hand corner of each page, right-hand corner, or where, is there a notation on there that shows you that you've reviewed that document?
Yes.
And what is that notation?
It's my initials.
You personally initialed that document, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what do those appear to be?
Text messages back and forth.
Okay. And have you gone through that document and verified which were in fact you typing the keys versus somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know who those transmissions are to or where they're from?
Yes.
Okay. And whose phone was your phone contacting in those 100 and some odd pages?
Sean.
Okay. Sean Finnegan, the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. And when is the first transmission in that report?
November the 2nd, 2019.
Okay. And when is the last?
February 27th, 2020.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. February the 28th of 2020.
Okay. And so, with regard to that document, you read through every single text, and did you identify the ones that are yours?
Yes.
And how did you note that on the exhibit?
I initialed it.
Okay. Approach again, Judge. Sure. So, you initialed the page, and then as you go through,
Yep, I highlighted.
highlighted, and the ones that are not highlighted, who had your phone when those were being sent?
Becca.
Okay. So right here, we have MSP highlighted, right? And the highlighted texts in here are all you, and the unhighlighted ones are Becca.
Yes.
Okay. And so, for example, on the first page, we'll do the first text here. We'll read this, okay? Yes, Daddy, I want it very much. I want to drool all over it and choke on it like a dirty little slut does for his master. Okay? On November 2nd of 2019. Did you send that text?
No.
And we know that because it's unhighlighted.
Correct.
Who sent that text?
Rebecca.
Okay. And you've reviewed this entire document?
Yes.
We're going to leave it as identification until we get to the report. Okay. And you read a bunch of messages like that, right?
Yes.
And when you got your phone received back, whenever you let her do that, were those messages on your phone?
No.
Okay. So you weren't aware of that kind of talk being done through your phone?
No.
Okay. During the time that the defendant was there living with Rebecca, obviously you said you know your neighbors, right? And you know what's going on in the neighborhood. I'm going to ask you a few more names. Phoenix. You know a female named Phoenix?
Yes.
And who was Phoenix?
She had come along, I'm guessing, from the bar as well, and she had stayed with Sean and Rebecca.
Did you,
I'll overrule. You can answer.
let me just lay the foundation for this. While the time that Rebecca was living there, did multiple girls come and stay at the house at different times?
Yes.
Okay. And would stay overnight?
Yes.
With the defendant?
Yes.
And Rebecca?
Yes.
And Miss Finnegan?
Yes.
Frances Finnegan?
Yes.
And Phoenix? Were you aware when Phoenix came?
Yes.
How long did Phoenix stay?
I think just a month.
Okay. Was that, do you recall what time frame that was?
Around Halloween.
Okay. Tasha Perry, did you, you know Tasha Perry?
I only seen her in and out of the car. I never got to meet her personally.
Okay. But did she come and stay?
Yes.
How long she come and stay?
Couple of weeks.
Okay. And Sarah?
Sarah was in and out all the time.
Okay. That's Sarah with two little kids?
Yes.
And how about Jennifer?
I never seen Jennifer.
and we're talking about Jennifer Paxton, just to be clear. You never saw her?
I never saw her.
Okay. But you did at some point, in your conversations with the defendant and your observations of their apartment, you obviously went into the living room.
Yes.
Was there a point in time where you observed a freezer in the living room?
Yes.
Do you recall when that occurred? Well, let me back up a little bit. A freezer in the living room, was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Yes, it drew your attention?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a new freezer or an old freezer?
It was new.
Okay. And did you inquire of the defendant, why do you have a freezer in your living room?
Yes.
And what did he say?
My landlord had it ordered to the wrong apartments. And I was like, okay, I get it, I understand that. So he's let it sit there until he come and got it.
Okay. And how long did that freezer stay in the living room, to your knowledge?
The next time I went over, it was gone, so I figured the landlord came and got it.
And so it was never discussed again?
No.
Were you present when the freezer arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see it? Did you see it? Where did you first see it when it arrived?
On the dolly?
Okay. Did you see it being delivered, I guess? is my
Yes.
point. Okay.
Occasionally she's asking
where-
questions back to the DA.
I'm sorry, I'll sustain.
Sorry.
I think, yes. When were you present when the freezer was delivered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what company or who?
I didn't pay attention.
Okay. But the time frame between the delivery of the freezer and your conversation with him about it being a landlord mistake, and it you seeing it in the living room, how long did that take? How many, was it days, weeks?
A couple of days.
Okay. So the time frame from delivery to the time frame it's in the living room and gone, and that's a matter of days?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, during your interaction with Rebecca, at some point you become concerned. And tell us what it is that causes you to be concerned about Rebecca's welfare.
And I seen her again, and she had a black eye, and her glasses were broke because he had hit her in the face.
And what was your complaint?
Objection to he hit her in the face. I don't know if she saw that or not.
I'll sustain that.
I
Don't
didn't see
disregard that must be a proof that she saw that. Okay, go ahead.
Did you see how she got the black eye?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But based on a conversation with her, what did you do?
I wanted to get her help,
Okay. How so?
get her out of there.
Did you confide that in anybody in your own residence?
Yes, my husband.
Okay. What was his reaction?
He didn't want to help, but he did because I wasn't giving up.
Okay. And with regard to wanting to help and assist, what were you going to do? What was your plan for what you were going to do to get her help?
Find a woman's abuse shelter.
Okay. Did you do anything prior to that with regard to her family? Trying to locate anybody?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the members of the jury, what efforts did you make before we get to the shelter? What efforts did you make as far as communication?
Objection relevance.
I'll overrule. Go ahead, you answer.
Okay. I try to contact her family members on Facebook.
Okay. How many family members did you try and contact?
2.
And were you successful, or did you get any response?
No response from any of them.
Okay. And so after that, what was your next plan?
Woman's abuse shelter
Why?
because she was
objection to what was happening. She only knows what she was told.
I'll sustain.
Because what I seen,
Let's let him ask another question. Next question.
What did you see that caused you to ramp from, I gotta contact family, to, I gotta get her to a shelter?
each time I seen her, she was having more bruises.
Okay. And you physically saw those on her?
Yes.
And so, at some point, we turn your attention to August 5th of 2020. You recall that day, of course. What were you doing on that date?
It started out a normal day.
Did you did you speak with your husband that day, obviously, about the issue?
I did.
Okay. Was there any developments or things that changed on that day?
Yes, he found a woman abuse shelter that would take in Becca,
Okay. And where was that going to be?
Claiborne County.
Why'd you have to go out there?
That's the only one we could find, first one.
Okay. So, only one you could find, meaning you looked in other places?
The number that he had looked for other places, yes.
But this just happened to be one that you could find?
That
or-
they answered and said, yes, we have a spot for her.
Okay. And so on that date, you said you arranged, what was going to be the plan for how this was going to happen, getting her out of there, so to speak?
That I was going to borrow a buddy of ours' car and I was going to drive her
Okay.
to the police station first to do
And
an order.
did you communicate that with somebody from the shelter, or how was that?
Yes, but they had to hear it from Becca's mouth, so Becca got on the phone with them.
Did you witness that conversation?
Yes, on Becca's side, yes.
Okay. And based on that, what did you do?
I took Becca. I took her.
Okay. Prior to doing that, did you prepare for her leaving?
Yes, I helped her get her bags together.
Okay. Where did you go to do that?
Over to the apartments, over to her house.
Okay. And where in her house did you go?
Upstairs to the second floor.
Okay. And with regard to the clothing, where did you find and get and retrieve her clothing?
Out of the drawers.
What about the closet?
Didn't pay no attention to it.
And how much clothing did you get for her?
We got 4 garbage bags and 2 tote bags.
Okay. Where was Miss Finnegan when this was happening?
She was upstairs in her room.
Did you have any interaction with her?
Yes, when I first come in, she asked,
Any objection to what?
Objection to hearsay.
Okay, you can't tell me what she told you, okay?
You did have a conversation with her?
yes.
Yes. The answer is yes?
Yes.
You had a conversation with her? Yes. And was she in a position where she could see what was happening?
Yes, her window faced the driveway.
Okay. And you got garbage bags?
Yeah.
And Becca? And along the way, you went to Claiborne County?
Yes.
Okay, describe for the jury what happened when you get to Claiborne County.
Over at the jailhouse.
Yes.
We get there and we're waiting on the lady from the women abuse shelter. We're supposed to meet her there so we can get order of protection, and then she would go with Rebecca to the women abuse shelter, but she never showed.
Okay.
So when we got there, we tried to contact an officer at that building to let them know what was going on, And they said that we needed to call 911, that they couldn't let anybody in the building because of COVID.
And why is it, Mahogany, tell the members of the jury, why is it that you're, that today's the day that you're bringing her to a shelter?
Because she was done.
Okay. What did you feel like was going to happen if you didn't?
She'd be hurt really bad.
Speculation.
All sustained,
It's her motivation, Judge, to.
still speculation. I appreciate the motivation, but still speculation.
Yes, sir. And so along the way, did you and Rebecca talk?
Yes.
Did that conversation cause you to abandon the plan that you had to bring her to a shelter?
No, because I was already going to the police station.
Okay. But was something said that caused you to turn
Objection
around?
asked and answered.
What did you do?
I'll overrule.
Did something happen to cause you to turn around and come
No.
back to town?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was that based on a conversation you had?
Yes.
And not with what was said, but did you, in response to that, call somebody?
Yes.
Who did you call?
The police.
Okay. And what about your husband? Did you call him too?
Yes, I called my husband.
And so you arrived, what were you directed or what were you supposed to be doing at that point once you called your husband and the police based on a conversation that you had?
To go back to Anderson County.
Right here in Clinton?
The jailhouse. And then from there, we come here.
Okay, so you went out to the river
Yes.
to where the Anderson County Jail is first?
Yes.
And did you speak to people there?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
We come right over here.
Okay. And were you present when, or rather, did you speak with the police there? Or did you come directly here after going there?
We were directed to come here.
Okay. Who did you meet when you got here?
A detective, but I do not remember his name.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of how Rebecca, she was riding with you, or how, tell us?
She was riding with me until we got here, and then she went over into the detective's car.
Okay.
And from here, we went to Oak Ridge.
And were you
Police
present
department.
when Rebecca and the detective were first interchanging?
I'm sorry?
Were you present when they were first interacting,
Yes.
her and the detective?
Yes.
And he eventually took her?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do from that point?
I was told to follow him.
And did you in fact follow him?
Yes.
Where to?
To the Oak Ridge Police Department.
And who did you speak to there?
Several police officers.
Okay. And did you eventually give a statement?
Yes, the following day, I believe.
Okay. About the things that we're talking about today?
Yes.
The Sean Finnegan that we're talking about, is he seated here in the courtroom?
Yes.
And that refrigerator that you saw in the apartment the few days that you said you told the jury about that, was that scooted against the wall?
Yes.
That's
Any cross-examination?
Morning.
Morning.
So you met Sean before you met Rebecca?
Yes.
And they were living there for a little while before she got there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you guys smoke pot together, get away from the house and the kids every once in a while, right?
Yeah, just get out.
Yeah. And so you'd say you guys hung out for maybe over a year, going back and forth to the apartment, right? And while Becca lived there, she would go with you to the store and different things? You said she rode with you to the store?
Yeah, 2 times.
Okay.
You know.
But she'd come over and borrow your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you didn't realize that when she was texting, you didn't realize what she was texting. Y'all were smoking pot or whatever, right? And you didn't watch
I just
her.
let her use my phone.
You just let her use it. But you've seen them since, right?
Yes.
And you read all those texts, didn't you? And you were kind of surprised by them, weren't you?
Yes.
Because she was texting a whole bunch of sexual stuff to him, wasn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. And you didn't know she was doing that, did you?
No.
And you didn't know that at the time that you took her to the shelter, any of that? You didn't know any of that at the time, did you?
The text?
The text. You didn't know that she was texting him while he was at work, all this sexting and all this stuff. You had no idea what she was doing with that, right?
No.
Okay. Because she was smart enough to delete them before she gave the phone back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And who she was trying to contact on Facebook was an ex-fiance, Ramses, right?
Yes.
So whenever Sean was kind of saying, don't let her use Facebook, maybe because she was contacting her ex-fiance, Ramses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And through this whole time, you guys still continued to hang out, and you guys, I think y'all spent Thanksgiving together,
Yes.
right? And you never called the police during this time because you weren't really fearful that there was anything going on there.
Each time that she come over, at that time there was an emergency happening then. It didn't happen just then. It had happened before.
Right, because she told you that, right?
Yes.
You didn't see it happen, she told
No,
you.
I didn't see any of that happen.
Right. So you only know what she told you.
Correct.
Okay. So everything that you know about the relationship between her and Sean is basically what she told you, because you didn't even see the text she was texting to him, right?
Right.
So your only impression of their relationship is based on what she told you, right?
Yes.
And that day that y'all left, on that August 5th day, that's the day that she came and said, today's the day, right?
Yes, but I have witnessed him talking to her badly, personally, myself.
Okay. But that was the day that she chose, today's the day, right? To leave on that August 5th? That was the day that she was ready to go?
I said, this is the day I can help you if you want out. And she wanted out. So I was like, let me help.
Okay. She wanted out. She wanted out away from that house, right?
Away from him, yes.
She said she wanted to be away from him.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you kind of had sort of a big sister, sort of motherly sort of role with her, right?
Yeah.
Because she would give you the impression that she needed help with a lot of stuff, right?
Yes.
She didn't work.
No, she didn't.
You knew that she was a CNA before, didn't you?
Yeah, she had told me that she had tried to do that work, yes.
Okay. And for a couple of years, I think is what she said. right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that, did she tell you that she'd been kicked out of multiple homes that she lived in?
I knew that she had trouble on and off through her homes, yes.
Okay. And you said that Sean was in the habit of kind of letting people crash at his place, it sounded like. He would give people a place to stay every once in a while, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he'd share what he had.
Yes.
He took care of his mother.
Yes.
And before Rebecca Dishman got there, you didn't have any issues with him at all, did you?
No.
Now, you mentioned something about seeing her with a black eye and glasses, but that's when she came over, she had a black eye and broken glasses, right?
Yes.
And she told you what happened.
Yes, she told me what happened.
You didn't see it.
No, I did not see it.
And she was able to get on Facebook and stuff on your phone, right?
Yes.
And use those apps to contact people.
Yes.
Okay. She had a car.
Yes.
She wasn't locked in that house, was she?
No.
I mean, she came over when she wanted
She
to come
came
over.
over, yeah. If she was
Josh.
allowed.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
If she was allowed, yes, she come over.
If she was allowed, but that's, you say if she was allowed because that's what she told you, right?
Yes, or if Sean had told me not to let her come over.
Because she was Facebooking her ex-boyfriend.
Or he didn't want her over.
Well, you don't know what was in his head though, right?
Right.
Okay. So basically, you see her with these bruises, but you didn't take her to a shelter during that time,
No,
or call the police.
no,
Okay. And this was over a period of months?
yes,
And so as our mother and big sister, you didn't think there was anything going on enough to call the police or any, during that time? Everything seemed fine, right?
well, no,
But it wasn't enough to call the police.
well, I wanted to, but my husband told me to stay in my own business.
But you don't, your husband, you're different than your husband though, right?
Yes,
I mean, you're completely different. You've already kind of acknowledged that, right?
Yeah.
He's a stay-at-home, stay out of business. That's not you, right?
right,
But for the 3 months, 3, 4 months, 5 months, suppose these bruises and stuff, and she's telling you what's happening, right? But it wasn't to a level where you thought something had to happen at that moment, right?
right, because some of it was sexual.
Right, right. And so people that have rough sex sometimes have bruises.
Correct.
Yeah. And you moved out of there in 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have just a second, Judge?
Yes, sir.
That's all good.
Thank you. Can you recall?
You told us a little bit about Rebecca's persona, so to speak, and the childlike demeanor and your mother relationship with her. Tell the members of the jury about Rebecca in terms of just the honesty and her ability to
Objection,
speak
Judge,
to
just
people.
Objection, he's just bolstering his witness again and repeating the same thing she's
No,
already
it's
said.
character for honesty. I guess you can tell.
Overruled, you can answer.
I'm going to ask about her demeanor and her person and her persona, who she was, the type of person she was. Did she talk to you about things in an open manner?
Yes, she did.
Did Rebecca have the ability, based on what you know her as, to filter things?
No,
Did Rebecca have the ability to lie?
no,
What is her character for? Would you
Objection,
believe
Judge.
that your,
I'll sustain that.
what's your opinion of her honesty?
Objection, Judge. I mean, I think it's the same question asked a
I'll
different way.
sustain that objection. Any other questions?
You said that she had, that Rebecca needed help, and there was sexual, things that were sexual in nature, right? Tell the members of the jury, what is it that concerned you about that? What was she, what particularly concerned you about that?
Judge, we might need to approach on this. I'm not sure what her answer is going to be.
He asked the question, now I'm following up.
Okay, let's go to lunch, what do y'all think? So, y'all come back at 1:15. We'll start back at that time.
All rise. Jury, follow me.
Thank you, have a seat. You can once they close the door, you can re-ask your question. Let's see what the answer's gonna be.
On cross-examination, he, during the line of questioning about what your concern was, and you talked about not only the bruises and whatnot, but you said there was also, essentially, you were alluding to abuse of a sexual nature between the two?
Judge, that's not what she testified to. I'm going to object.
I don't have a jury, so I'm
Okay,
letting them
I'm
ask the
sorry.
question. So go ahead.
Did you testify that there was also things of a sexual nature that were going on abuse-wise in that household?
yes,
Okay. tell the judge what it is that you knew was happening that caused you so concern that you tried to reach out to relatives and you tried to take her to a shelter.
Forcing, I'm so sorry.
What?
Forcing sex toys inside of her.
Right, you told me that earlier.
Yes.
And you
And
told me
then,
she told you that when y'all were driving.
yes, yes. and
before
then
that?
Oh, okay. And then choking.
And did she tell you that when y'all were driving?
No.
She told you that before.
Yes, when before.
So she told you in the past that.
But it was sexually.
Okay, when did she tell you that?
I
She
don't.
told you they were having sex and he was choking her.
Yes, baby.
Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you want to ask her?
For that particular issue, no.
Okay. Are there other issues you want to ask her?
I just wanted to explore that with her, Judge, because she said that
And
came out across.
So, tell me how that comes in. She's gonna say that Ms. Dishman told me that Mr. Finnegan was choking her during sex. How's that come in?
Because he's raping her and having sex with her in a way that caused her so much concern that she's going to run her out of county to explain the completion. It is Rebecca Dishman telling those things that aren't the truth of the matter, whether or not, because she doesn't know if she's being raped. It's her concern and why she acted and reacted the way she did.
Okay, I understand. And then what's your objection to that?
It's a characterization of her testimony. It's still hearsay, and he's trying to introduce some kind of prior bad act, once again, some kind of rape or something alleging rape that she never even alleged. She already testified that they had kinky sex. I mean, Rebecca Dishman had kinky sex. What her testimony was that she had bruises related to
Well, that already came in.
sex. That's right, and that's fine. But he's trying to conflate that to rape.
That's not what he's doing. What he's saying is that she's saying that I think that she is saying that he choked her during sex.
Right, which is a sexual act.
Right. And so, I guess what's your objection to that coming in?
Right, she's speculating, and he's trying to characterize it, whether it's for pleasure or whether it was for fear.
Whatever it was.
Right, and so, but they're introducing it to suggest that it's abuse. And there's no evidence that him choking anybody during sex or whatever would even be abuse. It's a sex act. Ms. Dishman already admitted to rough sex or kinky sex and all these other things. So she's basically making a judgment call on choking during sex.
I think you need to
Through this witness.
I think you need to rethink that.
No, I mean,
I think it was a legitimate objection to this, but we're getting the feel there. So what we'll do is we'll come back at 1:15. We'll put her back up here before the jury comes in, and then I'll let y'all state your objections again, then I'll rule on it. Okay?
Thank you.
1:15.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
sexual talk that they were having, that Ms. Dishman told her that Mr. Finnegan choked her during sex.
Yes, that he was not only physically abusive, causing bruises and bumps,
Sexually.
scrapes, and that he was also sexually abusive to her, and that was what they asked on cross, and she was explaining the reason why this crescendo was happening to get her to the point where she needed to get her out of there it was turning sexual as well, to sexual abuse in addition to domestic abuse.
But that's based on what she told.
That's right, Judge.
Told her.
Yes, that's
All right.
what.
I'll sustain the objection. I won't allow that question. So do you have other questions you'd like to ask her?
I do not, Judge.
Do you have other questions you'd like to ask her?
Judge, I
Okay.
believe so.
So ma'am, you can step down. You're free to go.
Oh, thank you.
You can go home, you can stay here, whatever you'd like to do. Okay? And who's our next witness?
I believe it will be Jennifer Miller. Did she need to be excused in front of the jury?
I don't think so. I'll tell them I'll excuse her. I'll tell her I did it. And it's Jennifer Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Rocky, bring our jury in, please.
Judge, can I ask you one
Oh,
thing?
1 second. Yes, sir.
When we left on the lunch break in the Sally Port, there were jurors there that kind of made eye contact, and we kind of just shoveled on. And
You're good.
I don't know if you have told them that we can't
I'll
even
tell
say
them-
hello or
I'll tell
goodbye.
them
Or,
again. I should have done
Thank
that,
you.
so I apologize. You're exactly right. Okay, everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat, please. Just 2 or 3 things. One thing is our person who was testifying, she finished, and I told her she was excused, so she's gone, but we'll get to the next witness in a minute. The second thing is I told y'all it was important not to speak to the attorneys or other people like that. And so I should have told you, I've also told them not to speak to you. So if you see them in the hall or wandering around and they kind of turn and walk the other way, it doesn't mean they're rude. It just means they're following my instructions. So that's the reason for that. And the third thing I want to tell you is you may have heard either side make an objection for various reasons. And sometimes I'll ask the other side for response, sometimes I don't. And I'll either say sustained or overruled. And I didn't explain to you what that means. So what it means is, if one side, let's say the state makes an objection, and I sustain it, that means they're objecting to the question or what the person's going to testify to. And so if I sustain it, you cannot consider the question, you cannot consider the answer. You just have to wipe it completely out of your mind. If I overrule it, then you can consider it, but you give it the same weight as anybody else that would testify. So if you hear me say sustain, that means the question is in my opinion, legal opinion, is improper and cannot be asked, and the person can't answer. Or if I say overruled, then the question's okay and they can't answer. Make sense? I apologize I didn't explain that to you when I first started. I'm just used to saying sustained and overruled. That's just kind of what my life is. Occasionally I'll say that to my children. They'll say something, I'll go sustained or overruled. So, all right. So let's get our next witness.
State calls Jennifer Miller.
Okay.
It's for 90 Judge. I don't know which one it's going to be, but it's too hard to go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Man, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Good morning. If you'll raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat right here, if you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, and then if you don't mind, I need you to speak up in the microphone right there in front of you, so
Okay.
everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Can you do that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Jennifer Miller, JENNIFER, MILLER.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us where you most recently worked?
The Pint House
Where is that?
on Merchants, 815 Merchants Drive.
Is that here in Anderson County or is that another county?
It's Knox County,
Okay. How long did you work at the Pint House?
about 5 years.
While you were there, did you know someone named Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Could you tell us about your interactions with Mr. Finnegan?
We had an overlap in our shifts. We worked together about 3 hours a few times a week. And he worked a lot. He was reliable, on time.
What was his job there?
He was the cook.
Okay. In the course of your work there, did you ever meet anyone named Rebecca Dishman?
No.
Did you know anybody or had seen anybody come in to the shop or the bar there that you knew as Jennifer Paxton?
Yes, she had come in and used the bathroom a couple of times.
You said she'd come and use the bathroom a couple times. Is she someone who would, frequent the area? You've seen her around?
I had seen her walking up and down the street, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any interaction with her?
Not really, no.
Okay. Was that something that was encouraged to have people come in to use your bathroom?
No.
Why is that?
If you let one, they all start wanting to. There is a big homeless population around there, and it's not a public restroom. So.
Yeah, I was about to ask what you meant by they, but you knew her as transient and homeless there in the
yes.
area. Did you ever have conversations with Mr. Finnegan about your personal lives?
Yes.
Could you tell us what he would tell you about his romantic involvements?
I knew that he had 2 girlfriends, Becky and Jenny.
Could you repeat those names, please?
I knew that he had 2 girlfriends named Becky and Jenny.
Okay. And what did he say about those individuals?
I can't think of anything specifically. I just know that we had talked about it, that they were both staying there with him, and I knew that his mom was sick. I think he might have told me that they were helping him take care of her, maybe.
Okay. Do you remember if this was like before or after COVID, or what time frame do you recall this being in?
Before.
Okay. Did y'all regularly talk about people he was dating, people others were dating?
Yes.
Is that normal conversation there in the bar with employees?
Yes.
So did you follow up with him about having multiple girlfriends?
I did. We kind of would joke about it, or I would. I would
Okay.
joke about him having 2 girlfriends.
And so did that situation stay the same?
He told me at one point that Jenny had to go.
Did you follow up on any questions about that?
No.
Okay. And about when was it that, if you recall, that he made that statement that Jenny has to go?
I don't really recall.
Okay. How would you characterize sort of the nature of the Pint House? What is the, I guess, atmosphere like?
It's a dive bar, mostly regulars. You can smoke in there. Everybody gets pretty intoxicated. I mean, it is a bar. It's open very late. Everybody kind of knows everybody type of thing.
Rowdy cheers?
Yeah. Yes.
What kind of security did you have there?
At the time, just people that we hired, just regular security guards.
Any protection available to people working the bar or kitchen staff? Anything used to get patrons' attention?
We usually just had one security guard that would walk around and stay with us until after close. They would come in late at night and stay with us until after close.
Things were getting too rowdy at the bar. Some people were getting unruly. Was there anything that employees could do to get their attention?
We would hit the bar with a baseball bat.
Okay.
To make a loud noise and get their attention.
Where was that bat kept?
Behind the opening of the bar.
just right behind where you could reach around and grab it.
Accessible to any employee?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge, from the last shift you had, is that bat still there?
No.
When did you notice it wasn't there?
I don't know when we noticed. I'm not really sure.
Do you remember if it was before or after COVID as a marker?
Before.
Okay. Did it ever turn back up?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge of what happened to the bat?
No.
Okay. You indicated that Mr. Finnegan was a cook.
Yes.
Not just unique to him, but any cooks. Is there some unique thing that they all have a preference for?
Their knives and utensils.
And is that something that he, like other chefs, had a preference for?
Yes.
So could you tell us about your observations of him with knives?
I know that he had his own that he brought. Is there anything more specific?
Just your knowledge of it. Was it a good knife?
Yes, I believe so. I mean, as much as I know about knives.
Was it reputation among the staff of being quality?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize Mr. Finnegan that you worked with here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point him out to the court? May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you. It's not, most cooks and chefs have knives,
Mhm.
right? You worked in restaurants for a while now.
Yes.
Right. You ever seen a chef that didn't have knives?
No.
No. Have you worked in other bars?
Restaurants, not bars.
Restaurants,
Yeah.
okay. This was probably a rowdy place that compared to some of the other places you worked.
Yes.
Late nights, right?
Mhm.
Open till 3, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you work there, you might stay a little bit past 3,
Yes.
right? Because you'd have to clean up and shift drinks,
Yes.
stuff like that, right?
Mhm.
And folks that work in restaurants, I worked in restaurants a long time ago. It's a late night kind of lifestyle. Would you agree?
Yes.
Maybe different than the people who work during the day, right?
Yes.
Because you're usually working when other people are eating or resting, right?
Right.
And so a lot of activity happens after midnight for folks who hang around those type of bars, and drinking and smoking, and sometimes drugs are pretty common.
Yes.
Right. Smoking marijuana is pretty common.
Yes.
Amongst restaurant employees generally, right? Your experience with Sean is that he was reliable, he was on time, he always showed up for work, he worked all the time,
Yes.
and his shift would be early afternoon till wee hours of the morning, right?
Yes. He came in at 5 p.m.
Okay, so almost a 12-hour shift sometimes, right? 10 to 12-hour shift. So
Yes.
I imagine he was sometimes there till maybe 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning sometimes.
Yes.
Okay. Christmas time, around Christmas time is a really busy time for restaurants, isn't it?
Yes.
And in fact, it's the busiest time of the year for restaurants, right?
Yes.
And so anybody that can work usually has to work in those places, right?
Yes.
So that week between Christmas and New Year's, one of the busiest weeks of the year, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so Sean probably was working the whole time, probably every day.
Probably.
And you were, y'all were probably open on Christmas,
Yes.
and you were probably open on Christmas Eve,
Yes.
and you were probably open the day after Christmas,
Yeah.
and the next day. You're open all the time, right?
Yes.
And he worked just about every day.
Yes.
And if it was the week between Christmas and New Year's, he probably was working every day.
Yes.
Okay.
Objection. Probably needs to be foundation if she knows what his shift was during that week. I mean, there's.
All overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, because you testified that you knew what shift you worked, right?
Right.
And you know what shift you worked.
Right.
And your testimony is that that week, just about everybody was probably working every day, right?
Probably.
Okay, and he's, since he was the lone cook, he would have been working every day. Okay. That's it, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to stay in the corner. We're free to go. Who's next?
Call Lieutenant Mansfield.
Sir, if you'll step up here with me, please. If you'll raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'd state both your first name and last name and spell them both.
My name is Robert Mansfield, ROBERT,
Thanks, sir. If you'll be sure and speak in the microphone, that'll help everybody hear. So questions, General?
Mr. Mansfield, where are you employed?
Anderson County Sheriff's Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the patrol lieutenant,
And how long have you been a patrol lieutenant with Anderson County?
creeping up on 8 years now.
Okay. And so obviously you were the patrol lieutenant back in 2019,
Yes, sir.
2020,
Yes, sir.
during COVID?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to that specifically, were you on duty August the 5th of 2020
Yes, sir, I was.
as a patrol lieutenant
Yes, sir.
in a full marked patrol car and full uniform like you are today?
No, sir, my patrol car wasn't marked.
Okay. So as a lieutenant, you ride in an unmarked car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you receive a call for service that day that brought you here to the Jolly Building?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What was the nature of the call? First off, how did you get the call, and what was the nature of the call that brought you to Jolly Building?
I was contacted via radio about a young lady who had shown up to our office building, the parking lot of our office building, to report a series of crimes. And the officer who she was speaking with felt that the crimes were serious enough to warrant a supervisor to respond.
Okay, and that would be you, the
Yes, sir.
supervisor? And did you in fact respond to the Jolly Building?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who did you encounter there at the Jolly Building?
When I arrived on scene, I met with a Miss Rebecca Dishman.
And what did you do next as a result of your meeting there at the Jolly Building with Miss Dishman?
I approached Miss Dishman and asked her if I introduced myself and asked her how I could help.
Okay. And did you discuss anything with her at that point, or did you transport her somewhere else?
Miss Dishman started to tell me the story about how
What do you say?
To the effect on the listener, Judge, that she's going to tell him about a crime that occurred in a different jurisdiction.
I'll sustain the objection. You can tell me what he did.
Based on what she said to you, did you respond in a certain way, based on what she said to you there at the Jolly Building?
Yes, sir. Based on her statements to me, I offered to transport her in my vehicle to Oak Ridge Police Department
Okay.
to report these incidents to them.
All right, and did you do any radio traffic, or did you tell anybody that that's what you were doing, or warn anybody at the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did. I contacted our dispatch via radio, let them know I'd be providing a courtesy ride for Miss Dishman. And then I got on my telephone and contacted Oak Ridge, asking to speak to the on-duty supervisor.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, and did you in fact transport Miss Dishman to the Oak Ridge Police Department as you're testifying to? Did you actually bring her there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. How long of a ride is that?
At that time of day, it couldn't have taken more than 20 minutes.
Okay. Did Ms. Dishman and you discuss what the nature of the complaint was?
Yes, sir. I didn't question Ms. Dishman specifically about any incidents. I simply asked if she was okay, if she needed any sort of assistance, medical assistance, anything like that, if she was injured. Ms. Dishman did continually talk to me, unprompted, but telling me about her experiences.
Okay. And without telling us what she said, she did tell you the nature of the reason why you're bringing her to the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, she did.
Okay. And who did you deliver to her to at the Oak Ridge Police Department?
The exact name of the officer, there were several officers on scene. The exact names I actually don't recall. I simply delivered her to the scene, and that pretty much ended my involvement in the incident.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe her demeanor? What was she like? Tell the jury.
At the time I made contact with her, she was very solemn, very serious. She seemed to be rational. She wasn't speaking in a hurried manner. She was really anxious to tell me her story, tell me her experiences.
Okay. And once you got her to the Oak Ridge PD, did you stick around, or were you asked to stick around?
I did stay around just in case I was needed for anything else.
Okay. And what was it that you thought you might be needed for?
If after they interviewed Miss Dishman, they wanted to ask me if her story was different somehow, I could provide that information.
And did you in fact conference with other officers without saying what they said? Did you do that after Ms. Dishman arrived and was questioned at the PD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Questions?
When you met with Ms. Disherman, she was calm and collected and wanted to tell you her story,
Yes, sir.
and she was rational,
Seemed to be.
and she was presenting as a victim,
Yes, sir.
and you all treated her as a victim like you're supposed to when someone comes in and presents as a victim.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And so you took her to be interviewed by detectives based on the fact that she presented herself as a victim.
Yes, sir.
And without you asking questions, she was continuously trying to tell you what happened to her.
As soon as I established that this wasn't going to be investigated by our agency, but Oak Ridge, yes, sir, I didn't ask any pointed questions about the incident. I simply asked about her well-being.
Okay, but she wanted to tell you about it.
Yes, sir. She wanted to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
He just asked you if that she presented herself as a victim. Did she ever say that she was a victim, or was she telling you what happened?
She never described herself to me as a victim. She simply was telling me about crimes she knew the details about. I said she did present as a victim. She also could have been presenting as a witness. I wasn't clear at the time.
Okay.
Any recross?
Right. At the time, you didn't consider her a suspect.
No, sir.
And when she came in, she basically said she told you she was fearful or something and presented as a victim.
That's the atmosphere that was present at the scene.
Okay. Thank you.
Any recross? Redirect? Thanks, sir. You can step down. Free to stay in the courtroom, free to go. Who's next?
Roy Hines.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. And counsel, if any of these witnesses had photographs you want to introduce, that we may have to have a jury out here before we do those photographs.
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sir, if you'll step up here, please. If you'll raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat.
Thank you.
If you could state your first name and last name and spell them both, please.
Yes, first name is Roy, R-O-Y. Last name is Hines, H-E-I-N-Z.
And if you'll be sure and speak up in the microphone, everybody can hear you, all right?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Questions, General?
Mr. Hines, where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Oak Ridge Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with the City of Oak Ridge?
approximately 16 years.
In what capacity?
I currently serve as lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, and is that a separate division from your patrol division of the Oak Ridge PD?
It is.
Okay.
There's patrol and there's CID.
And how long have you been lieutenant over CID?
Approximately, let's say 5 years.
Okay, just briefly, if you could describe what kinds of things do you investigate in CID?
Certainly. The Oak Ridge Police Department, we investigate everything from minor property crimes all the way up to major crimes, crimes against individuals, crimes against government facilities, etc. We investigate everything. We don't have separate divisions, say for robbery or burglary, etc. Our department, we just have a single criminal investigations division that handles everything.
And you're the supervisor over that?
I am.
unit. Do you have another supervisor junior to you, or a sergeant, or is
Yes,
there?
I do.
Okay.
Our hierarchy is lieutenant over criminal investigations and then a sergeant over criminal investigations.
And then the actual detectives that
That is correct.
run the CID, okay. And with regard to you being on duty for assignment, were you on duty on August the 5th of 2020?
I was already off duty at that time, but had been called back. Basically, with investigations, we're on call 24 hours a day.
So you're never off duty?
That
So
is correct.
Using that word is not appropriate with you,
That
right?
would be appropriate.
Okay. So on August 5th of 2020, were you called in? What was the nature of the call? Were you called in on August 5th of 2020 to come back to the building to conduct an investigation?
Yes, I was called back in.
And what was the nature of the investigation that you, as you understood it?
I was advised that it was an evolving situation, that there was an allegation that a female had been abducted, beaten, raped, tortured, murdered, and her remains were being held within a residence within the city of Oak Ridge.
Had you, at this point, when you responded back to the building, had your agency been in the house?
No, they had not.
Where the suspected activity was going to be?
They had not been in the house.
What is it that you are required to do as a police officer before you go in somebody's house?
We would be required to obtain a search warrant.
Okay. And so when you responded back to the building, who, as far as the components of the investigation as it was unfolding as you knew it, was there anybody at the building when you arrived there that was part of the investigation in terms of witnesses?
In terms of witnesses, at 318, that address?
No, back at the police department.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your first response in this case was to respond to the police department?
Correct.
Over on Tulane?
Correct.
Okay. And when you respond to Tulane, has anybody been made available to the Oak Ridge Police Department in terms of witnesses of what's going on over on Fairview?
Yes, there were Officer Jerry Parker, Officer Andre Thompson, and then as related to me, there was an individual by the name of Rebecca Dishman who wanted to come forward with information.
Okay, so Dishman had already arrived when you arrived?
She was already there.
Okay. And what is the protocol? What were you guys going to do once this information obviously is developing? What are you going to do with Ms. Dishman?
We'd like the opportunity to interview her.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
Tell the members of the jury, when you're interviewing Rebecca Dishman, what is the purpose of what kind of information you're getting from this interview?
Certainly. First, we would like to make sure that what we're obtaining is in fact factual. Then we would like to start asking questions to build on facts, to secure facts, so that we could establish probable cause in order to get a search warrant to enter into that house. We'd also like to discuss victimology, where we get to know all the involved parties, specifically the individual who was reported missing and whose remains may have been in the home.
So a lot of moving parts, is that fair
A
to say?
lot, yes, sir.
And so, the role that you played, obviously, when you got there to the police department, had anybody started the process of getting information from Dishman at that point when you arrived?
They had.
Okay, and who was that?
That was Officer Jerry Parker.
Okay. And was he assisted with by anybody?
He had a recruit at the time, Andre Thompson.
Okay, but at some point though, you as lieutenant over CID, do you also personally go and try and get information with regard to that, the issue of getting a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where does that all happen?
This all happened in the interview room at the Oak Ridge Police Department.
And when Miss Dishman was brought there to the interview room, is that taped?
It is, audio and video.
And so when you arrive and do you in fact talk to Miss Dishman?
Well, I talked to Officer Parker first. After confirming that Ms. Dishman had been advised of her Miranda rights, then we entered in, myself and then Sergeant Moore entered into the room to begin conversation with Ms. Dishman.
Okay, and do you converse with her?
I did.
And does she tell you facts without telling us what she said? Does she tell you facts that you used to put together a search warrant?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And the bulk of that interview lasted how long?
Say between 35 and 40 minutes.
Okay. And that's on the clock on the tape?
Yes.
Okay. So with regard to your goals for what she's giving in that interview, your goals were to establish what you previously testified to, and did you in fact do that, obtain a search warrant?
Yes, we did
Okay.
obtain a search warrant ultimately.
How detailed were you getting in your questioning with her about specifics as opposed to things that wouldn't be necessary for your search warrant?
Some attention to detail or some level of detail is required. There were questions that were asked as it related to things that would be of evidentiary value in the scene to give us a better understanding of the crime scene and what we were going into. Also, again, victimology, wanting to know more about the unidentified individual. What were some distinguishing features, scars, marks, tattoos, etc.? So those were all questions, very specific questions that were asked in order to further investigate, give us a better understanding.
Okay. So enough detail to know what you're looking for when you get there?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you know when that actually occurred and who the search warrant was actually issued to in your chain of command?
Yes, then Sergeant, he's been promoted, but then Sergeant Moore, he was the one who actually authored and received the search warrant.
Okay. And was he a sergeant in the CID at that time?
He was.
Okay.
Yes.
In your command, in your chain of command?
Yes, sir.
Someone who reported to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know when that search warrant was issued?
It would have been the wee hours, excuse me, the morning of August 6th, as we continued the investigation and went past midnight.
Okay. And at this point, obviously, the Oak Ridge Police Department, if you obtain a search warrant, you're going to go into a residence at this point. Do you have to take any special precautions when you're going to do that?
Because of the nature of this situation, the Oak Ridge Police Department SWAT team was activated for the safety of everyone involved.
Okay. Lieutenant Hines, do you participated in the execution of that search warrant?
I did.
And where was the residence?
I'm sorry?
At what address was the residence?
318 East Fairview.
And whose
Oak Ridge.
residence was that?
It was the residence of Mr. Sean Finnegan.
And what were you looking for?
Evidence is related to the search warrant as detailed in the search warrant, and those evidentiary pieces that were discovered during my conversation with Ms. Dishman.
And what part of that team did you play? You said that the SWAT team was employed to execute that search warrant. Do you play a role in that as well?
I did. In that case, I simply just drove the armored response vehicle to deploy the team. I pulled up to a point where the team exited the vehicle and then entered into the home.
Okay, so you never entered the home?
Not at that part.
At the initial entry?
Correct.
Did you enter the home after you found what you were looking for?
I did. I transitioned from my role on the SWAT team to my role back to CID, and then I entered into the home.
Just turning your attention back to you said roughly 35 to 40 minutes you spent with Ms. Dishman. So what was her demeanor like, her affect, her persona? Describe her if you would, please.
She was calm, open to conversation in her body language and her words, but I noted that she was generally emotionally flat in her response.
Thank you.
Cross-examination?
And so the investigation initiated by Ms. Dishman coming in and reporting these things?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were called in to interview because you're the investigator, basically, right?
Basically.
And so when you came in with the facts that were given to you, and these are pretty outrageous kind of claims when she first comes in, so I'm sure there were efforts to make sure that this was a legitimate claim, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And the point of an interview when you're interviewing someone, because I would think at that point you're starting to think that, well, maybe she knows a little bit of something, and you're starting to dig, right?
Yes, sir.
And the goal of an interrogation like that is to get as much detail as you possibly can, right?
In this case, it was detail regarding establishing probable cause for a search warrant to support the allegations that were being made, to support or refute the allegations that were being made.
Okay. But you wouldn't want her to get out of there without getting all the information you possibly could, because she could lawyer up and you may never talk to her again, right?
Could you say that again?
Yeah, that when you're interviewing someone, you don't assume you're going to get a second bite at the apple. Like when you're interviewing someone involved in a criminal activity, you generally try to get everything you can in one interview because you never know if you're going to be able to talk to them again. Is that right?
I would not agree with that.
Okay.
I would not agree with
So
that.
when I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
I was just going to say that the focus at that point was to determine if we in fact had a crime. We can attempt to come back to the interview of the individual and get more detail at that time, but the most important part was the preservation of evidence, the recovery of the deceased, and just determining whether it was in fact a legitimate allegation or not.
Okay. And because at that point she was not being treated as a suspect.
She was Mirandized,
Right.
but other than that, no.
Okay,
We
so-
let her talk.
And she spoke freely.
She did.
And you guys spoke for a little while, and I think she had spoken for an hour or two maybe with the officers before you got there, or a little while.
She had spoke for a little while.
Okay. And you said her affect was just kind of flat, right?
Yes,
Calm,
correct.
not really hyper emotional or anything like that during the interview.
Not at all.
And she was talking about fairly disgusting things. Some of the stuff we're talking about, a body in a freezer and those sort of things, right?
There were things that said that were in fact disturbing, yes.
But she was flat through the whole thing.
She was.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one second. I think that's it.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. You can step down. You're free to stand in court. We're ready to go.
Thank you.
Who's next?
State calls Larry Dowdell.
Okay, thank you. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat there, if you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, please, sir.
I'm Larry Dowdell. It's L-A-R-R-Y, last name D-O-W-D-E-L-L.
Thank you. If you'll be sure and speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you. Yes, sir. Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me what agency you work for?
I work for the Oak Ridge Police Department,
How long have you been with ORPD?
6 years,
What's your current sort of title or rank there?
patrol officer.
And could you explain to the jury what your duties are as a patrol officer?
Just make sure that the community is safe to answer calls for service.
Were you on duty in that capacity as a patrol officer on August 5th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe the events of that day that brought you into court today?
Yes, I responded to 302 Florida Avenue for a disturbance call with Mr. Peacock and allegedly Mr. Finnegan over there.
Could you describe the nature of that call?
Mr. Finnegan had approached Peacock and confronted him about his wife, Mahogany, taking her to a shelter.
So you get dispatched. That's
Yes, ma'am.
the nature of the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you arrive at Florida Avenue, you said?
Yes, ma'am, 302.
All right. What happens when you arrive at 302 Florida?
So I park my patrol vehicle and I turn on our camera system. I park on the on-street parking, and then I approach 302 where I spoke with Mr. Peacock.
Could you describe your observations about this scene when you arrive?
So Mr. Finnegan was on the side of the street, and as I approached Mr. Peacock, I had Mr. Finnegan stay over there so I could address him after I talked to the complainant.
Could you describe, first of all, Mr. Pico's demeanor?
Mr. Peacock, he was calm. He explained to me the whole situation, and then after that, I spoke with Mr. Finnegan.
And how would you describe Mr. Finnegan's demeanor?
He was calm. He was non-confrontational, and he spoke to me with respect and everything.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have your patrol car video.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe the positioning of the cameras in your patrol car?
So the way our camera system is, it's we have one that's pointed in the dash, looking out the windshield, and then one pointing towards the prisoner cage. So we don't have any body-worn cameras, but we do have audio.
Okay, so no body-worn cameras.
No, ma'am.
But you have audio. Is that like a lapel mic or something?
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you have on. So in this case, have you reviewed what was captured on your audio-visual system?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the interaction visually caught between you and Mr. Pico and Mr. Finnegan?
No, ma'am.
Was the audio captured?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did it accurately reflect, to the extent that audiovisual equipment can,
Yes, ma'am.
the encounter?
Yes.
So in your conversations with Mr. Finnegan, you described him as calm. What was his characterization of what was happening?
So he was obviously upset because his girlfriend was being transported to a shelter, and just didn't want everybody in his business, from what he stated. And that was it on the whole disturbance portion.
Did you inquire at any point, based on information you had received, about anything unusual that might be in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yes, so Mr. Peacock had made a statement that there may be a body inside the residence in a freezer. And then when I asked Mr. Finnegan, he said, there ain't no body, and that's bullshit.
Okay. Your Honor, please, state has permission to play the video at this point, or the audio portion of the video.
The defense has heard this before? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
see some numbers. And they told her that they would meet her at some courthouse or jail, police station on the Cleveland County. This is my wife going to do it.
Is that Mr. Pico's voice that we hear at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Continue, please.
My wife took that down to this place. Well, they're not here. No, they're not here. They're on their way to Anderson County something now. Police force wants to talk to her. So, what's this thing about a body in a freezer? Yeah. Yeah, is this our guy? Yeah. That's not like that. I guess. Nothing to do with it.
Can you pause just a second? Is, what's going on here, is this interaction with both of the individuals?
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm from Chicago. You don't talk to your damn neighbors. You don't get cut involved with people. Motherfuckers murder your whole damn family. And kill the cops that come to investigate. I don't give a fuck about it. Okay? You know? All right. Are you gonna try to handle that? Being drawn into it. Not my business. You got to stay out of it. I would rather stay out of it. I'm here about fucking involved in it in the first fucking place. What's the contact phone? It's 653-710-50. He's telling me he's gonna make my life miserable. I don't take money for that. Like I said, I ain't going. We double shit way. I was in a place where cops didn't show up until after the ambulance took the bodies up.
This still interaction with Mr. Pico? This still interaction with Mr. Pico?
Yes, Mr. Pico.
Okay.
My wife's a fucking bleeding heart and want to help everybody. Alright? The officer, I think that's why we got married. Love her to death, speaking straight. And she took off with his girlfriend to take her to a shelter. And now he's telling me that he's gonna make my life miserable. And we lost our friendship. I left it at that. I told him I didn't want to get involved. I told him I had nothing to fucking do with this shit. And he continued. I can understand he's mad and going on. This too. I don't want nothing to fucking do with it. I got kids. I come down here to stay away from that shit. What's your what is your last name? Mahogany? Yeah, she just, we have got to change together. Maiden name, Pet, H-E-P-K. You know, like 5 o'clock, like an hour ago. What time is it now? 6:52, so I'd say 5:30. Yeah, 5:30. He come home, knocked on the door, asked what was going on, where he took that. I told him he didn't take her anywhere, he was here. Mahogany took her off to the shelter. And then he proceeded to yell and scream at me, and I don't want to revert to what I used to do. To get your no, Becca. Yeah, I don't know her last name. Yeah, I guess that's because she talks to 20 of the... What's the other words for the WIC? I don't know. They covered this area. I don't know why they told her to go up there. I guess she was pulled up there. And they were waiting for her. She said she'd be there at 6. Yeah, I don't even know. She said it. Alright, so pretty much you don't know anything about I don't know anything about what's going on there. I don't want threats coming from him towards me. I have kids here. I've never had an issue with this man till today.
Just because it has a bit of a background noise there. Was that you saying, let's go around the corner and talk about this?
Yes,
Who are you talking to?
Mr. Finnegan.
Okay, so this will start your interaction directly with Mr. Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Not them talking over
Yes,
each
ma'am.
other? Okay.
Will you guys see anybody? Originally from the bridge? No, always over my house every fucking day. So I got $200 on a boyfriend, fucking excuses, conversation that got involved in my life. You know what I'm saying? We don't get involved in people's life. Who was the other female that was out here when I passed you? That was my neighbor. I knew you were coming. I seen you pull around. I'm just upset that they got involved in my life. What? Rebecca Dixon. Yeah, she's not all there. She's mentally slow, how to take care of her.
Could you describe to us what Mr. Finnegan said in regard to Ms. Dishman?
That she wasn't all there.
Okay.
Not all there. I didn't mean to cause a scene, but I get it. How does it feel if you came home and your lady left and they got the cremation and called me? You're not wrong. Yeah. I don't know which took it. She said she was taking it for something, but I think that's bullshit. She's got it for herself. Over here, to this side? Yeah. And you, I prefer I knock on the door, I say, you know what's going on there. Yeah.
I'll go back just a second. When you're discussing with him about whether they took her to a shelter, how does he respond to that? What does he say that he thinks that is?
He thinks that there's something else going on, and that's bullshit.
Thank
You would tell me at first, I said, "Oh, what the fuck is going on? Where'd you go take my girl?" We got down, he was like, "Well, you know, she said she wanted to go, so my hubby took her to a shelter." I said, "You know, listen, you shouldn't have fucking got involved in my life, man. Alright? I said, you should have stayed the fuck out of it. You should have called me and fucking had me to deal with it, not you." And I was pissed. I said, "Come on, I'll fight you to the yard." We got kind of copy, I got kind of copy, but we both went our separate ways. Now, friends asked me,
pause that. Could you describe what just happened?
Yes, when I asked Mr. Finnegan about the body in the freezer, he said, there ain't no body. That's bullshit.
Can you tell us what's just happened?
So after discussing with Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Pico, just gave him advice to keep their distance, and myself and my backup officer went about our way.
Did you go in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you ask to go in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you call back to dispatch and say you cleared the neighbor dispute and went to your next call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move this in as the next state's numbered exhibit. I believe that's 16.
Yes, ma'am, I think that's correct.
And do you see Mr. Finnegan that you spoke with that day in the court today?
I do.
Could you point him out to us? Tell us what he's wearing.
Right there, he's wearing a blue shirt and some gray slacks.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
He has.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, please.
Briefly, Judge. Whenever you got to the scene and you were talking to Mr. Pico there, I didn't hear him tell you that Mr. Finnegan threatened to kill him. He didn't say that, did he?
Did Mr. Finnegan say that?
No. Did Mr. Pico tell you that Mr. Finnegan threatened to kill him?
No, he did not tell me that.
He did not. He said that his friendship was over, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if Mr. Pico testified that he threatened to kill him, he didn't tell you that? He didn't tell you that?
No.
Okay. And you responded to the call after, as soon as it came in, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
Very briefly, Judge.
Sure.
But Mr. Pico did say he's threatening me. I've got kids over here, and he's making these threats.
Right, but he did not elaborate.
He didn't elaborate on what that threat was.
Right.
And Mr. Finnegan told you that he was going to fight Mr. Pico.
Yes.
Okay.
And then recross.
Noted.
Okay, thanks, sir. Step down. Free to stand in court, free to go. Thank you. Who's next?
This will be Brian Uke, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have a seat right there, if you'll state your full name, first name and last name, spell them both for me.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Yook, Y-O-O-K.
And if you'll be sure to speak up to the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Questions, General?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state what agency you work for, what your job duties are?
Yes, I am employed by the Oak Ridge Police Department. I'm currently a sergeant over our drug unit. I'm also further assigned as the director of the 7th Judicial Crime Task Force.
Could you describe what the Crime Task Force is?
Yeah, we're a task force made up of members from all the law enforcement agencies within Anderson County, and we investigate drug and violent crimes.
As part of that, do you get, are you on call?
Yes.
What kind of calls do you respond to?
Typically, your larger scale drug investigations, violent crimes. We also do a lot of assistance to the other agencies if they have a major incident or major investigation, we'll assist them with that investigation
And what time do those kind of calls come in?
anytime.
Anytime. So were you on call and working in that capacity back in August of 2020?
Yes, at that time I was the deputy director of the task force.
So as the deputy director of the task force, were you notified of an incident on August 5th, 2020?
Yes.
Could you describe the nature of the notification you received?
I received a phone call from Simon Byrne, who was the director of the task force at the time, relaying information about a possible homicide, and that the report had come through the sheriff's department, but the person reporting it was then being transferred to the Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what were you asked to do in terms of worker assistance on this case?
So my reaction to the information I received was to contact several other task force members and ask them to go to the area of 318 East Fairview Road in Oak Ridge to set up surveillance. I also contacted Lieutenant Pitts at the Oak Ridge Police Department, who was the lieutenant over the patrol shift at that time, explained the situation to him, asked if he could have a marked patrol car move into the area and be visible in front of that residence until myself and my other team members were on scene. And I also contacted Sergeant Moore, who was a sergeant over Oak Ridge's Criminal Investigations Division at the time, to relay the information to him, knowing that it would be a case that the Criminal Investigations Division would investigate.
So in terms of you having a marked unit there, is that in contrast to the type of vehicles that your squad would be in the CTF?
Yes, we, the majority of the time, we operate in a covert manner, so we drive regular, everyday vehicles that, looking at them, you can't tell that they're law enforcement vehicles. We typically dress in plain clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. A lot of our job is not what you would call undercover, but being covert. It's just blending in. You don't draw attention to yourself. And in that capacity, we're able to do things like surveillance. We can sit and watch houses a lot of times without being noticed.
So is that what you did on that night?
Yes.
Could you tell us about the time that you had your group assembled and took over sort of that surveillance from the marked patrol unit?
Sure. This all started approximately 7:30 or so that evening. That's not the exact time, but sometime in that time frame. There again, our group, we're used to being called out, can get out there pretty quickly. So I believe I got on scene within approximately 30 minutes or so, give or take. And the rest of the members of our team shortly thereafter. We just set up in different areas to basically set up a perimeter where we could either watch the residence itself or, like I said, a perimeter. You may be on the opposite side where you can't see it, but you would be able to do things like if anybody came out that opposite side between houses, you could see that. Or you could maneuver, say, I'm in a position where I think, hey, this person may notice I'm sitting here. I may need to leave the area, and somebody that hasn't been visible move in.
So you're in communication with each other, keeping eyes out from various distances.
Correct.
Is that fair to say? Did you notice anything and observe and have communication about Mr. Finnegan, or at this point, the suspect's house and his whereabouts?
Yes, during the time that we were out there watching, a large part of the time he was outside of the residence, standing there smoking, kind of appeared like he was looking around, but just kind of hanging out.
Was he only there hanging out at the residence during the time period between your surveillance and the eventual execution of the search warrant?
Yes, at one point, he did leave. He came out, got in his vehicle. We were able to follow him as he left. He went to a Rocky Top Market gas station there in the middle of Oak Ridge at Rutgers Avenue in the Turnpike. He went in the store, made the purchase, came out, and drove back to the residence.
And he was under observation that entire time?
Yes.
So he gets back to the residence. How long approximately do you believe that surveillance continues from the CTF?
There again, I don't remember the exact times, but it was until 3 or 4 in the morning, I believe, when the search warrant was executed. But we were there on scene until that search warrant was executed, conducting surveillance.
And so that was the CTF's job, and your job there was the surveillance portion. Did you participate in the search of the home or
Yes,
activities beyond that? And it was that along with other officers, Detective Moore, Sergeant Moore, Craig, forensics, those people?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I pass this witness, Judge.
Cross-examination.
So your job in this investigation was just that surveillance part?
In the beginning, prior to the search warrant being executed, yes.
Okay. During that surveillance part, you watched him and he smoked some cigarettes and he went to the store and he came home?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Just very
Sure.
quickly follow up. You were only surveilling him outside of the home, correct?
Correct. There was no way to see inside of the home.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you recall? Thanks, sir. You stepped
Yes, sir.
down.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Corporal, free to go. Who's next?
Marville Moore.
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat right there. If you'll state both your first name and last and spell them both for me, please.
My name is Alan Marville Moore. First name is Allen, A-L-L-E-N. Last name Moore, M-O-O-R-E.
And if you'll speak in the microphone so everybody can hear you, please, sir. Question, General?
Mr. Moore, where are you employed?
Oak Ridge Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm a lieutenant right now, but at the time I was a detective sergeant.
Okay, so you're a lieutenant on patrol now?
Yes, sir.
But at the time, you were a detective sergeant in what part of the organization?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay, and who was your immediate supervisor?
Lieutenant Roy Hines.
Who we've heard from today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And like Lieutenant Hines, you as being a detective sergeant, are you on duty or do you pretty much have to work whenever duty calls?
I pretty much work when duty calls.
Okay. And so with regard to that, were you called for service on August the 5th of 2020 for a call that had come in for service from the Anderson County Sheriff's Office transporting an individual to the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And do you recall about what time you arrived at the police department?
No, sir, not actually. I know that I got a call from my Lieutenant Hines at 8:04.
Okay. And so at some point, though, where do you go as responding to that call?
I go to the Oak Ridge Police Department.
Okay. And do you speak with people there?
Yes, I did.
Was there a member of the Anderson County Sheriff's Office there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
I spoke to him briefly, yes, sir, outside on the sidewalk in front of the police department.
Okay. but at some point, your investigation turns to needing information from a particular individual there at the police department.
Yes, sir.
What was her name?
Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. And where was Miss Dishman inside the police department?
She was in the interview room that's inside the police department. It's the main interview room
Okay.
that is used to record interviews.
That you use regularly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you in fact enter that room with another police officer, or did you go in there by yourself?
I went in there with Lieutenant Hines.
Okay. And is that standard?
Yes, sir.
And did you Mirandize the person in the room?
Yes. I advised Ms. Dishman that she was still under Miranda.
Okay. And did you discuss with Ms. Dishman the nature of her complaint?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose that you were in the room at that point, based on your understanding of the investigation? What kind of information were you trying to get from Ms. Dishman?
I was trying to get information on the whereabouts of a corpse, a deceased body.
Okay. And that's basically the nature of the complaint, why you were even there talking to her? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you have an address, a target address, or where that was supposed to be?
Yes, sir, that was 318 East Fairview Road,
And
Oak
that's
Ridge.
In City of Oak Ridge?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Anderson County, Tennessee?
Anderson County, Tennessee.
And did you, how long of an opportunity did you have to speak with Ms. Dishman?
I'd say the total was about 36 minutes.
And with regard to that, the instrument that you're trying to get to prepare, what do we call that in your investigation?
Search warrant.
Okay. Because to enter a person's house, is that an instrument that you have to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've prepared those in the past?
Yes, sir.
And that's what your goal was for this interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you get the information that you needed based on your interview with Ms. Dishman?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And when a search warrant is issued, who is it issued by?
It is issued by a judge.
Okay. And a search warrant is issued pursuant to rules and procedures and has to be issued to a particular person, right?
Yes, sir.
And who was this search warrant issued to?
Mr. Sean Finnegan.
Okay. And who was the person going to be executing that warrant?
I was the affiant on the search warrant.
Okay. So you had to swear out an affidavit and the judge gave you authorization to go search something?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And that's based on what Ms. Dishman told you?
Yes, sir.
And when you conduct a search warrant, you don't go there by yourself, right?
No, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what you did to assemble before you when you got your search warrant by a judge, what you did to assemble people to get ready to get into the house.
At such time once it was granted by the judge, we got we assembled the SWAT team to make entry on the house, just based because of the risk and once we done that at that morning, at August 6th, around about 4:26, we executed that search warrant.
Okay, and you said the SWAT team. We've heard the jury's heard, I'm sure, that word before. Just tell us briefly what that is.
It's a team made up of guys that are trained in special weapons and tactics, high-risk search warrants such as violent crimes, as drug search warrants, and we execute those type of high risk.
Okay. So you're being assisted by the SWAT team. Are there other people that are going to be in there helping you as well?
Yes, the rest of the CID team, which would the Criminal Investigations Division. We had at that time approximately about 3 or 4. We also had the CTF also assisting us as well.
How many approximately? Just tell the jury how many people on the SWAT team were there assembling for the entry into this house?
anywhere from 7 to 10. I did not participate with the SWAT team. Although I am a member, I was not present. I didn't hit the house with the SWAT team.
But the warrant is issued to you to do conduct the actual search. What is the function of the SWAT team before you enter the house to do the search? What are they there to do?
They are there to enter the house, secure all parties that are inside the house, and make it safe for the CID division to come in and search.
And once they make it safe, then you get to go in?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And did you mention a time? I'm sorry if you did. What time
it was
you all got there to?
Approximately 4:26 when search warrant. 4:26.
4:26 a.m.
Yes, sir. On the next day, which would have been August 6th.
Okay, and so the SWAT team goes in. Where are you when the SWAT team actually enters to clear the residence?
I'm standing outside the residence in front of the residence.
And this is the address of the SWAT team that you're going into?
Yes, sir.
What address is that?
318 East Fairview Road.
And who is inside the residence that needs to be cleared out of the residence when you actually make entry at 426?
The defendant, Sean Finnegan, and his mother, Frances Finnegan.
What is done with Mr. Finnegan when SWAT enters?
They detained him downstairs. Him and his mother. They were downstairs, and once the place was rendered safe, I went inside and explained the reason why we were there, and also gave them a copy of the search warrant.
Okay, when you told the jury they make it safe, what does that mean?
Make it safe is just making sure there's no other persons inside the inside the residence. They bring them downstairs, make it safe, detain those individuals, and advise that there's no more parties in there. There's no more danger to us that's coming in to search the place.
So when you enter the residence, where's the defendant, Mr. Finnegan?
Mr. Finnegan's downstairs, standing in front of the couch in the living room with his mother.
Okay. And do you have officers assigned to holding him there? Or?
Yes, sir. There was several officers there standing with him.
I'm sorry?
There were several officers standing down there with him.
Do you converse with him before you start conducting your search?
Yes, sir, I did. I advised him the reason why we were there, and I provided him a copy of the search warrant.
And so what did you tell him you were there for?
I told him I was there to look for a body or deceased person.
Okay. And what did he say? How did he respond to that?
Actually, I asked him, I said, well, why would anybody make the accusation that there's a dead body in there? And he told me that he didn't understand why somebody would make that comment.
Had no idea what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so how do you conduct the search of the residence?
We conduct the search downstairs. We started downstairs. Well, first they went upstairs to the bedroom where the body was supposed to be at. And upstairs they did locate the upright freezer, the white one, but there was no one. There was not a body inside the freezer.
Okay, so did you in fact also enter the upstairs bedroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you locate a freezer in the upstairs bedroom?
Yes, sir, we located it upstairs.
Describe how you, in the layout of the house, where you go to get to where you're talking about.
Okay. Once you go through the door downstairs, there's a living room, and on the back side of the living room.
To your left?
Yes.
Okay. Living room to your left?
Living room to your left as you go in. And then on the back side of the living room, it's all goes into a kitchen. And then you know, as you come through the door, there's steps that goes up to the upstairs.
Okay.
Once you go upstairs, to your right is a bathroom. Straight ahead is what was identified as Miss Finnegan's room. And then to your left, you had Mr. Sean Finnegan's room and Rebecca Dishman.
So you're describing Mr. Finnegan's room is on the front of the house, And that Miss Finnegan's room is on the back of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so eventually you make it in, when you say we are searching, how many people are assisting you in actually searching for items that you're looking for pursuant to search warrant?
Upstairs, it was me. There was Sergeant Brian Yook, and then you had Detective Kevin Craig, who's Sergeant Craig now. We were all upstairs. Miss Tonkin was up there as well, but she came later.
Okay. But you make it personally into the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And are there closets in the bedroom?
Yes, sir. There's a closet at the foot of the bed, of the bed.
You've described us going up the stairs, and
Upstairs.
we take a left on the hall, and we're going in through a door.
Going through the door,
Okay.
and then you got the master bedroom.
Okay.
And
Where's the closet? Orient us to that.
the closet would be once you go in, it's going to be on the east wall.
Okay.
And the head of the bed is going to be on the west wall. Okay. And so their feet would be, if you were laying in the bed, your feet would be toward the closet there,
Okay.
where the upright freezer was.
Do you recall when you entered the room whether or not the closet door was open or shut?
By the time I went up there, it was open because the SWAT team had already opened the door and made it safe, making sure that there was nobody hiding in there.
A person standing
Yes.
in there, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And did you in fact observe the refrigerator that was in the closet?
Yes, I did. I observed it and opened it up, and there was nobody in there. There was a pizza box, or DiGiorno pizza box in there.
Okay. Matter of fact, racks still in the freezer?
Yes, sir.
Or placed in the freezer? And there was a pizza?
Yes, sir.
Anything else that you recall?
I just recall the pizza.
But you have folks that take photos of those types of things
Yes, sir.
as part of this search?
Yes, sir.
And there was nothing in the freezer? Was the freezer running?
The freezer was still plugged up, running.
Okay. And what do you do next when you find that the information in your search warrant, you're looking in this freezer, that's what the warrant is telling you to do?
Yes, sir.
What do you do next?
Well, I just sat there for a minute, and because the house was just so immaculate, or it was pristine, everything was very organized. It was well kept, tidy, and I just looked around and just observed the room. And I turned around and I looked at the bed, and what was so odd to me was there was something protruding outside under the bed on the left side, and curious, so I knelt down, got beside the bed, lifted the cover up, and I seen this, it was like a gray-like cover, and then I kept looking up under, and I touched it, put my hand up under there, and I said, oh man, that's cold. And it was a black plastic bag, and it was cold to the touch, and which was, kind of odd. Why would somebody put something up under the bed that's real cold when you got a freezer? And touched it, and I yelled out to the rest of the team. I said, I think I found her. Here she is.
And what'd you do next?
At that time, I got Sergeant Craig there. I relayed the information downstairs to my supervision and advised him that, I think we got the body here. At that time, we secured the place. It's a crime scene at such time. I told everybody to get back out so Sergeant Craig could come in and take photos of the house, the exterior of the house, interior of the house, and then make his way on upstairs to take photos of the room and until he had his photos, and then once he got his photos, we lifted the mattress up on the bed.
So you preserve photos while the bed is still intact?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and go ahead and tell us what you observed when the mattress is pulled up.
And at that time, we pulled up the mattress, and there she was. There was partially, there was a naked woman with plastic bags covering her lower portion.
And the bag did not cover her top portion?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you see her face?
Yes, sir. You could see her face. Her face was exposed.
Okay. And her chest area as well?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And what position was she in, if you could describe it?
It looked like she was more like sort of in a fetal position, if I could.
And were you present when Officer Craig then processed the scene, so to speak?
At that time, no. At that time, Mr. Finnegan was taken into custody, and I have given him directions to the guys to certain items that we were looking for. Those were, of course, the Fireball whiskey bucket, which was outside on the front porch, and then there was choke chain, and then there was two dog chains that I was looking for as well.
Okay. Did you find and locate those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With padlocks?
Yes, sir. I didn't personally find those myself, but yes,
People
sir.
under the supervision of
No.
your search?
Yes, sir.
And that was documented and collected by the Oak Ridge Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How was Miss Frances Finnegan behaving during the incident, if you recall?
Miss Frances was Miss Frances was beside herself. She was fussing and arguing and being very argumentative and irate. She advised when we first went in there that all of this over some weed. But yes, eventually she had to be taken away from there as well.
Do you actually take part in the confiscation of items, or do you leave that to Sergeant Craig?
I left that to Sergeant Craig.
So he does all the wrapping and taking
And collecting,
documenting?
yes, sir. And he was my evidence tech on this case.
And so it's this team that assembled to collect all of this?
Yes, sir.
As part of the investigation, you were being assisted by other members of other agencies. You've told us, the CTF and whatnot, but you were also looking for other investigative leads as well, in addition to speaking with Ms. Dishman?
Are you referencing my canvas afterwards? After
Referencing, do you make efforts to go and find out social media things and things like that, things of that nature, accounts and things like that? Did you discuss that with Ms. Dishman?
Yes, sir. That was discussed with Ms. Dishman, but which didn't really. We didn't get any extra leads off of it.
But you looked at public records to find out addresses and things of that nature?
Oh, public records.
To corroborate that Sean Finnegan even
lived there at that residence? Yes, we actually.
All of that was done by your department?
Yes, sir, that was actually done.
I think you said that you felt the object, thought it was her body. Did you feel the texture of it in terms of knowing whether or not? You said it was cold.
It was cold. I knew it was a plastic bag.
Was it solid?
It was solid. I jumped up. It caught me by surprise. I mean, I wasn't expecting to find, that body up under there in that manner. I was startled, to say the least.
And when you looked down at her body when the bed was finally removed, could you tell?
Yes, sir.
Was she intact?
She was intact, but there was her nose was missing.
That's
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
So you said you spent probably maybe 26 minutes, I think, interviewing Ms. Dishman, or
It's
something like
more,
that?
36.
36, I'm sorry.
Yes,
And you were in the room with the other officer, I think, that just testified.
Lieutenant Hines.
Right. And he mentioned to her that she was just kind of flat while she was talking to you guys. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir. There was not much emotion at all.
Okay. But she was talkative. I mean, she spoke freely and was able to answer questions. And
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And she spoke clearly to you, and you could understand her.
Yes, sir.
And her actions were appropriate when she was describing these things to you, except for the fact that she just was real flat and emotionless.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you would agree with me that this investigation came to be because she came in and reported it.
Yes, sir.
And so most of the information that we have that leads to the house, whatever, came from Rebecca Dishman.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all, Judge.
You ready?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, sir. You can step down. You're free to stand in court. We're free to go.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're next.
Your Honor, please, it's probably a good time for a break.
Okay.
Please.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is we're going to take our afternoon break. We'll be about 20 minutes. So I appreciate y'all's concentration so far this afternoon. Everybody rise, please. Do you want to go ahead and address the photos now, or do you want to take a few minute break?
If I could take a few minutes, then we can come back and address the photos. And also, Judge, because he's going to be introducing a number of photos in addition to those and some physical objects, it would probably be a good time before the jury comes back in for us to take a while to bring in the envelopes or boxes of items. We have the freezer, and I'm not sure where you would like for us to put that before we identify it or anything like that.
So, tell me what you want me to do. Do you want?
It's something that, for something like that, we could probably put over here. I don't know how well the jury can see things. If we just put them in that corner over next to them. But we just want to make sure that we're appropriate and we're not doing anything that looks untoward.
So you want to go ahead and move your boxes or whatever you've got in here now?
Into this room during the break.
And then when do you want me to review the photographs?
When we get back from a brief break, that's fine with the state, if that's okay with you.
Angie, how many photographs? Aren't there just two?
Well, there are two, I think, that are contention. I believe no objection to the rest of the photos that are essentially house tour and pictures of physical objects, but the body pictures, I've removed a number of them and have two indicating the position of the body.
Under the bed?
Yes.
Okay. Can I see those two?
Yes.
Our it's a standard objection, Judge.
Right, and I've not looked at them, and we'll get some on the record after I take a look at them. So I can see I'll back in here about 15 minutes. Will that give you enough time to load everything up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 15 minutes.
And there are photographs of the victim under the slats of the bed or whatever. I've looked at both of them. I think one of them is less graphic than the other one, so I'm inclined to allow you to introduce this one. But if y'all want, you've still got an objection even to this one. Is that correct?
I'm objecting to both judges. I said the usual objection, I meant 403.
Sure.
Forgot that we hadn't already gotten a ruling on this, so this is the usual objection, but just for clarification.
We're good.
I object to both, but if we do one, it makes me happier than two.
I understand, okay. So you want to, so noting your objection, I'm going to allow you to introduce this one, okay? And then I'm going to deny you the right to introduce this one.
Well, can I put on the record why we would
Sure.
like to?
Absolutely.
Again, it's showing the position where the officers are arriving and seeing, and it relates to her positioning there. We specifically picked those because face and mutilations are not as apparent on this.
Sure.
There were probably a dozen or more photos that I did exclude because we are not putting that information in gratuitously. We're putting it in through the ME with explanation of what this is, and not just here are graphic photos. So these are particularly pertinent for positioning, how people would have found it, what was involved and where she was, relative to all of the bed and the room itself.
And I understand that.
That's harder to see from one grid.
Well, I don't understand. I mean, this shows her position is back under, I don't know if that's the front of the bed or the back of the bed.
Well, that is part of the point on that one, Judge. You can't tell where that is relative to the rest of the bedroom on that. And again, the effort that was involved in getting it where it is, having the picture of where that is in the bedroom, when they're going to see pictures of what the bedroom looks like when it's made up, and the mattress and everything on top, and then be able to see that, to see where the body is, we feel like that gives more of an explanation of what happened than the other one less so. So if it's going to be one or the other, I would prefer the one that has a larger view, frankly, of the position.
I understand. I'm going to stick with what I said. Thank you.
So, make
This
sure
is
I
allowed. This is allowed.
Okay, that makes it easier for me to edit my
Do you want to go
slides.
ahead and make an offer of proof on that other one so that the appellate court can look at it if you want?
Did I just
Do you want to, the one I said no to, if you'll make an offer of proof so the appellate court can look at it and see if I was wrong? I can't do that.
I was just reading the paper.
Well, I need to make sure when I'm looking at this that I'm putting the right one to delete, and then I will have you mark this one for ID.
And we'll do that as you go.
Well, no, the one I'm not putting in, I'm going to have you mark it as ID, but I'm going to look at these and make sure that I delete the correct one from my slides before I hand this back to you for identification.
I got you. Okay.
And y'all have asked the victim's family to.
We have, Judge, we've explained to them what's going on.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, I have a thumb drive. If this is on here and we're going to be taking it from this, I can delete it from here. Yes, that's all I'm doing is deleting the disallowed photo now.
satisfactory, then bring them in. I'll bring a jury in. Is that okay? Okay, bring them in. Everybody rise, please. I'm jealous you went salmon fishing.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Jealous.
We caught some beautiful trout, but we had to put them back. Rainbow trout.
That's right. Thank you. Have a seat. Record can reflect all our jurors have returned, and if I've not told you thank you today for your attention and working with me on this, I want to tell you thank you. I know it's a big sacrifice, but I think it's important, and I think it honors our country and our Constitution, and certainly honors the legal system that I've been involved with for a long time, and it means a lot to me. And so to see people like y'all take time out of your lives to be here and do justice for both parties here, I think that's a big deal. So thank you. I do appreciate it. All right, who's going to be our next witness?
Kevin Craig, Your Honor.
If y'all get to where you're running out of paper, just let me know and we'll get you some more. We got plenty. Okay. Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both for me, please, sir.
My name is Kevin Craig, Kevincraig.
And if you'll be sure and speak up so everybody can hear, that'd be a positive thing, all right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. General.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you introduce yourself and tell us what agency you work for?
My name's Kevin Craig, and I'm a sergeant with the Oak Ridge Police Department.
How long have you been with Oak Ridge?
Since 2009, but prior to that, I worked there in 2004 as well.
Where did you work then?
Excuse me?
Where did you work then?
In 2004, with Oak Ridge. Okay. 2005 to 2009, I worked in Steamboat Springs, Colorado Police Department.
Okay. And what are your current duties?
Currently, I'm the sergeant over Investigations Division.
What were you doing back in August of 2020?
August of 2020, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division.
Could you describe some of your duties as a detective in CID?
Investigate crimes. At that time, I was doing a lot of child abuse investigations. I'd also attended the National Forensics Academy in 2014, where I received 400 hours of training in crime scene investigations.
So as part of your training with crime scene investigations, some people are probably used to seeing CSI and things like that. Is that something you do, or you have a separate like CSI team to deploy to scenes?
The size of our department, we kind of wear many hats. So depending on the call or the case, we may be wearing the crime scene hat, or we may have the detective hat on.
So between August 5th and 6th of 2020, which hat would you say you had on for most of the events that occurred on those particular days?
The crime scene hat.
Okay. Could you describe to us how you became involved in an event that brought you into court today that happened between August 5th and August 6th, 2020?
Yeah, I was notified by my supervisors that we had a potential search warrant pending based on an investigation and a potential homicide case. I came in about 9:50 that evening. I wasn't needed on the onset. Kind of gave me a break from just getting off work to coming back and getting recalled, potentially working a crime scene all night. So I came back.
So what shift had you worked that day?
Day shift.
And what are the hours on that?
7 to 5, roughly.
So from about 5 to 9:20?
9:50.
9:50. That was a good break.
Yes.
Feel refreshed?
I was ready to get in and help how I could.
All right. So you get the call, you're ready to go. What do you start doing when you get deployed?
We knew that we'd potentially have a search warrant for a residence, so we started getting a little kit together with different types of packaging, plastic paper bags, crime scene tape, make sure that the batteries on the camera were charged, and memory cards and all that were good to go. So just kind of getting a little kit together to make sure we had everything we needed while we were there.
Do you know beforehand exactly what you'll need?
Not exactly, no, ma'am.
But you have sort of the go-to things that you assembled.
Yes, and I believe at that point too, we'd also had mentioned that TBI was potentially coming in with their crime scene employees to help us.
So you say to help us. Could you describe how that operates? What is this team type approach?
We usually divvy up tasks. So in instance, this particular night, I was in charge of the photography and taking possession of whatever we collected and turning it over into our evidence system.
And is that something that, again, you do with ORPD and TBI?
Correct, yes.
So that wasn't unusual this thing. That is something, when TBI is called in, it's communicating and working together.
Correct, and a force multiplier where they have more numbers than we may have, and they can help us out when we need the extra hands.
So on this particular night, you've described that you've put together your sort of collection go kit. What happens after that?
We're kind of in standby mode until the search warrant is executed, and then on this case, the SWAT team made the entry into the house and cleared it, make sure it was safe for us to go in and process. Once they cleared the residence, then we kind of started our process.
Could you describe how that worked?
Yes. Initially, we'll go in and do a scene survey, just kind of see the lay of the land, as you would say, see what we're dealing with. The next step after that would be photographing everything as it's found. And there's a process for that. When we do our photographs, we usually take a series of photographs, overalls, which gives you a general layout of the area that you're in, and it also lets you document like the condition of the area that you're in. And then once we locate items that are of evidentiary value, then we kind of move in and take a medium range photo, just to kind of give it an idea of where it's located within that scene. And then if we need to, we can go in to do close-ups. It's more of for examination purposes. If I could give an example. For instance, if you had a fingerprint that you had developed, a close-up picture would be something that you would take to scale, with a macro lens to where you had all the detail of that fingerprint, to where you could potentially make comparisons. That's an example.
Okay. And is that the process you followed on this particular event?
It is.
You also talked about the photographs, and you said you were also integral there in collecting items. Do you get information that helps you determine what has evidentiary value?
Yeah, it's a team approach, so obviously we're there working the scene. I didn't talk to any of the witnesses or suspects. So I was getting information from the other case agents that had conducted those interviews that were directing us to items that could be of interest or that were covered under the search warrant, the scope of the search warrant.
And for somebody who's experienced maybe watching TV or none at all, could you describe the process involved in collecting specific items of evidence on the scene?
In general terms?
In general terms, and then we'll talk about specific to this case.
Okay. Depending on the item, if it's what size it is, you're going to want to put it in a bag. If the item's wet, you don't want to put it in plastic because that can mold and degrade the integrity of like DNA evidence. If it's dry, or I'm sorry, if it is wet, we could potentially hang dry it or place it in a paper bag to where it's porous and lets it breathe. Once we collect an item, we'll write a description on the outside of the bag, what item number it is that coincides with a property report or property receipt that we fill out for all the items that we seize. Then we seal the bag with evidence tape and initial and date the seals.
So what happens to that evidence once you remove it from a location?
It gets turned over to our property section. In this instance, there was a property evidence tech, you could say, on scene that it was turned directly over to them, and they booked it into our secure evidence locker system.
And is there a way to track things in the secure evidence locker system?
Yes, all the items are barcoded, and if anything is checked out or checked in, then it's scanned in or out, and there has to be a reason for why it's leaving or why it's being brought back.
And you discussed the evidence tape there. Could you describe how that's utilized in tracking, taking things in or out?
Yeah, it's to make sure nothing's been tampered with, or if it's checked out for a legitimate reason, like it needs further processing, then that seal, that item or bag is opened, and then it's resealed again, initials and date.
So initials of the person, the law enforcement officer who has directed this, or receiving the item back.
Correct, or the lab if it gets sent to the lab.
Yeah, so you just talked about that, like if it requires additional processing or use of the lab. And what lab would that be that you would generally send items to?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigations.
And do they communicate to you when they have results or when items need to be picked up or sent to them? There's a standard operating procedure for that? There
is, and they issue an official report when they're done processing whatever we've asked them to process.
Okay. So on this particular, these dates in question, do you remember the date and an approximate time that you began actually processing this scene?
I believe the search warrant was executed after 4 a.m., closer to maybe 4:30. I want to say around 4:20-ish. So after, the SWAT team made entry and secured the scene, then that's when we shifted into CSI mode.
Could you walk us through specifically like how you entered the house and your observations and perceptions that you had when you arrived on the scene to begin your processing of it? Yeah,
when we do our initial scene survey, obviously you're looking for any potential hazards, whether it be environmental or biological, kind of getting an idea of what items that we discussed earlier, packaging wise, that we could potentially need. I myself kind of walk through the photography process of how I'm going to take the pictures. If there's any issues with that as far as like lighting goes, or once we do this scene survey, we have a pretty good idea of how we're going to move forward. Then we'll move to the photography stage where we're taking overall mid-ranges and potentially close-ups throughout the home or throughout the residence.
Now, when you started your walkthrough, and you talked about doing that, and then you start the documentation of it, when you walk through, is this before or after Ms. Paxton's body was discovered?
This was after the SWAT team had made the initial discovery.
So you're standing outside while there's the initial entry into the place, and the detective, the assigned detective goes in, and then you come into process after they've done their once over. Yeah. Sort of, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you've been notified of at least that particular evidentiary thing that they want to document of the location of Ms. Paxton.
Correct.
All right. And so, from your understanding, when you go to document that particular location, have items been disturbed, or is this, again, initially after they're once over?
When I don't know if the SWAT team had moved things, when they did their safety sweep after making entry. But as I found it, that's how I document it.
Okay. And you said you took the photos. Have you reviewed photos that you took from this event?
I have.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these photos and have him walk us through this residence at 318 East Fairview.
Sure.
Did you find that the photos you took accurately reflected, to the extent photography can, the observations that you made during your investigation?
Yes.
And if you need to stand up, or we need to bring you a different chair so you can look over at that.
I think I'll be all right.
Okay. Could you describe what this is?
This is the exterior of the home, the main, what I would reference as the front entry-exit door. This would be a mid-range of the front entry-exit door. This is showing relation of the staircase to the entry-exit door. Front porch furniture. Again, front porch furniture. This would be a mid-range of this fireball container that had some burnt items in it. This is as I'm entering into the home.
So let me go back and ask you a question. So you did those as you approach, and then this patio furniture, fireball bucket, this is to your left, is that accurate?
Yes. This is the main living area from the front door. When I do my overalls, I take photos. I try and take photos from the four corners of the room, so that way we're getting the entire layout from four perspectives. And then I'll work my way across the room from each corner. It's another main living area from the front door. Again, same, just showing the items that were on the floor that weren't in frame from the previous photos. Again, from the front door of the main living area. Mid-range of, there was an axe or a hatchet propped up there next to the nightstand or the end table. This is from the opposite corner of the main living area, shooting back towards the main front entry-exit door. Just panned over to the right just a little bit to show the couch and some of the fireplace. This was dining room table and contents. This is from the third corner, shooting back towards the entry-exit door. From that same corner, focusing back towards the kitchen area. Just panning on to my left to make sure I had everything documented. This was a utility closet that's in the living room close to the TV. A water heater. And just some maintenance items. Showing the upper shelf area of the same closet. Moving on through the living room, heading towards the kitchen. This is what I would call a coat closet that they were using for storage. Again, just the items that were located within the coat closet. And the return air duct for the heat and air. This is from the living room, say kind of more into the dining room towards the kitchen. Again, getting the area of the kitchen. Kitchen countertop and sink. I would call that the rear entry exit door. Microwave, stove, refrigerator.
Just kind of turning around.
Yes, it's a small room, so I'm trying to document everything with this series of photos. You can't really go to an opposite corner in this size of a room. Contents of the refrigerator. Contents of the freezer. I was working my way, was back basically standing at the front entry exit door, shooting up the staircase towards the second level. The top of the stairs, pretty much directly across, was the bathroom. This is down the hall from the bathroom, which is the door that's open in the right-hand side.
So if you're walking up the stairs, orient us of like which direction you're turning to the bathroom and go down the hallway and see the bedrooms.
At the top of the staircase, you're looking pretty much directly straight across at the bathroom, and then you would, if you turn 90 degrees to your left, then you've got a linen closet there with the black knob. Straight ahead would be bedroom, and to the left of that would be what I call the master bedroom.
This just stepping down the hallway.
Correct.
Closer toward those bedrooms.
It was from the hallway into the bathroom, shooting the contents that were on the vanity and commode, and then shooting towards the shower bath area. And then this was the linen closet that was just past the bathroom door on the same wall. Just documenting the contents on the shelves. This is standing from the hallway, looking into the master bedroom. Looking into the master bedroom from the doorway. I turn to the right slightly, I'd say about 45 degrees. And this is where the master bed and nightstands were. It's documenting what was found on the floor that wasn't in the previous frame. Again, moving, panning across the room from that corner, just trying to get everything into frame. Again, what's on the floor wasn't in the frame from the previous photo. And working my way back around to the left.
And what door is that we're seeing?
That door there is the closet door. And then the floor in front of the chest of drawers. Then again, the chest of drawers, and I believe that was like a mini fridge. So it wasn't plugged in. I'm just using it as more of a storage container. This is looking basically from the foot of the bed back towards the closet area. And there is a stand-up freezer in the closet. Just the bottom of the freezer that wasn't in the previous frame. And the contents of the freezer. Contents of the freezer. Thermometer gauge that was in the freezer.
Was your perspective of when you were taking pictures, was this freezer operational?
It was operational. Due to the time, and the front door was open a lot, so it's humid this time of year. So it fogged up a little bit. This is looking from the closet back towards the bed. So the freezer would have been directly behind me. And then just panning to my right to get the perspective of the room from that corner. again, pan more to the right to show the door to the master bedroom. So the picture of the floor next to the bed and how the sheets were. And this was a photo of the footboard. Noted that the area rug, the nap on it had been depressed. It appeared that the bed had been recently moved or removed at some point from where it normally sits on the rug. And just the other side of the footboard. And noting some variation in where the footboard was located in relation to the condition of the carpet. Items on the nightstand. Like a medium range items on the nightstand. This is looking back across the bed from the area that nightstand's in. Again, panning to my left. Pan to my left again, back towards the closet and door area. Just reframed the same items. And I'm panning back towards my right. It's from the foot of the bed. Second overall photo of the nightstand, and then the sheets that's protruding from the underneath the bed. And then kind of more of a mid-range photo of that. Condition of the bed as found. And panning again to my right across the bed from this, I guess, would be the third corner I'm shooting from. So just getting the perspective from this corner back across the room.
Still panning to the right.
Correct. Contents that were on top of the nightstand. Again, the sheets coming from underneath the bed frame. Drop down a little bit lower so I could get a better perspective of what's in there. Noted the bed sheets and the black trash bag. Again, from floor level perspective. This was between the bed rail and the mattress support. And then here with the mattress removed off of the bed. It's the picture looking down through the bed rails and the mattress support. This was the mini fridge, the contents of it. It's a black courier style bag. Box of trash bags. Inside the courier bag was a section of chain and padlocks. That's the courier bag removed from, I will call it the mini fridge. And there was also a box for a key doorknob. And there's the box of trash bags removed from the mini fridge. This was the second bedroom. From the doorway, shooting in and panning to my right. Again, panning to the right. This is from to the right, as you enter the room to the right, shooting back towards the door in that corner. And then the closet and contents from that room. Another one of the contents, the closet. And contents. Nightstand. And the top of the nightstand. So after we did our initial scene photos, the way that we found it, and we talk with the other investigators. We determine items of evidentiary value. And once we do that, we'll go through and mark them with these tents or placards that are numbered. And then we photograph the items again. And this was the fireball container from the front porch. Some sheets, bedding. That was a choke or a pinch collar for a dog.
You can go ahead. We're just going to try to get this plugged in.
Can I get a bottle of water? Thank you. More of a medium range photo of that same choke or pinch collar. Some leashes that were hanging on the wall in the living room just before you enter into the kitchen. A pillow from the master bed. Pillows from the master bed. This is marking the trash bags, the door lock box, and the courier bag. This was a lock box or safe that was found underneath the bed. The freezer that was in the master closet. 14 is a phone that was found on top of the nightstand. 15, that's all right. 15 was another phone that was found in that top drawer in the nightstand. Just a mid-range of those phones. 16, I believe, was the duct tape that was found in the, I call it the coat closet downstairs. And then a mid-range one. These are the vehicles that were found on the property. It's another picture of the vehicle from all sides. Second vehicle was found on property and all sides. This was another phone that was located inside the living room area in that bookshelf next to the sign there and the pill containers. A mid-range photo of it, and then another mid-range photo with the placard. This was the master closet after the freezer had been removed. This is the hallway looking from the master towards the second bedroom, the bathroom, staircase.
So this is essentially walking back out after.
So these are our exit photos. So after we release the scene, or as we're releasing the scene, we document what condition we left the residents in case there's any question or concern that something had been damaged or something that was missing, something that had been taken that wasn't on the property receipt. So these are all exit photos, just walking out. Yeah. You can note on the dog crate there were copies of the search warrant and the property receipt forms were left. And then again, the condition of the living room. Same from a different perspective. Bookshelf area. Fireplace. Living room / dining room. And then back towards the kitchen area. And then again, painting through the room so that all items are are documented. Excuse me, back towards the front door. And then the kitchen area. Again, the kitchen, refrigerator, sink area from the opposite corner. Again, panning to my right. Then back out of the kitchen. And then leaving the front door. That was a picture of the damage done to the front door. The door
You said
jam.
damage done to the front doors. You believe that was when they made entry?
Yeah, when the team made entry on the execution of the search warrant. Just documenting the damage to the door jamb. This was a vehicle after it had been removed from the residence, and a subsequent search warrant was authored and executed.
Did you find the registration to the vehicle?
Yes, registration listed it registered to Sean Finnegan.
Did you find anything else of evidentiary value that you seized from that vehicle?
No, ma'am. And the second vehicle, again, removed from the scene of the residence, search warrant authored and executed.
And who was the registration for that vehicle?
Bobby Brown.
Was that registration valid at the time?
I believe not. 8/31/19 was the expiration date.
Back up, registration is here. This was the Buick registration?
Yes, Buick. Expiration on it was 12/31/20.
So that was a valid registration?
Correct.
So in the course of that, you took several pictures, had several placards. You take all of that. In this investigation or any investigation, and sometimes things end up having evidentiary value and sometimes they don't. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Did you find anything that was interesting or evidentiary value
We
in, well, first of all, let me ask about the second bedroom, spare bedroom that appeared to be Ms. Finnegan's?
Francis, I believe.
Finnegan. Did you find anything in there that you had seized?
No,
as
ma'am.
evidence in this case? But you did say you found evidence in other rooms.
We did.
Could you walk us through some of those items that you found that we saw some pictures of?
There was the bedding, there was the box of trash bags, the box for the doorknob with lock, the freezer, the courier bag that had the chain and padlocks in it.
Now, you talked about the things that you seized and the way that you do that with baggies and different types, paper bags and plastic bags and different ways that you do that. But you didn't say anything about the remains of Ms. Paxton. Is that something that your department or the police department deals with, the removing of remains from a location?
No, the body of Miss Paxton would fall under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office.
So that is not something that you altered or sent away. That was something that the medical examiner's office came and took care of, and
Correct.
you deal with other physical items.
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, you did have several physical items that you seized and put those into evidence as you described the evidence locker.
Yes, ma'am.
And have you removed those items and brought them to court?
I have.
I'm going to try to make this as efficient as possible and bring them over to you. We have brought them in advance. But while I'm getting that, if I could please move the pictures into evidence and state's collective exhibit. I believe that is number 17 or 18? Yes, 17.
Flash drive or?
I actually, have all of the physical photos. That way, if there's anything that anyone needs to use an individual photo, we can mark those individually without a separate slide.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, what's the number of that exhibit?
17.
Thank you.
I can get some assistance getting this over there. We can make it more efficient than me walking back and forth. Thank you.
Hey, John.
If you just want to see right there, that's perfect. Could you identify this item, please?
This is a Samsung smartphone.
And was that an item that you seized from that scene and documented?
It is.
All right. If you would, please, if you want gloves, you can have them. If you want to put a sticker on that, I'd appreciate it.
Just anywhere.
Yes. Your Honor, please, I'd like to move this in as State's Exhibit number 18.
Do I need to write that?
She'll write it. Do you need scissors? Or do you have a knife?
I have a knife.
All right. I'm going to give you this item that is included in an envelope. So note for the record that the previous item is in a clear plastic baggie, so it can be identified through the baggie without opening it. And this item is in a manila envelope.
This is a second Samsung smartphone.
And is that, you recognize that as an item that you seized from Mr. Finnegan's room?
Yes.
We can reassemble that, and we'll have that marked as State's Exhibit number 19.
Judge, I'll just move the bulky items away so that we need
Another box. I've got, I think there's one in my chambers there. You can use that one, maybe a receipt there, but you can throw the receipt away, but it's a small box. So we can bring that in.
Could you identify that item for us, how it's labeled in?
Black plastic fragment and tape. And what was the second part?
If you could just identify what this item is and then open that up for us.
Could I have some gloves?
I'm sorry?
Gloves. Oh. This was turned over from the Knox County Regional Forensic Center.
Is that the medical examiner's office?
Yes. Do you mind?
Yes, if you need to stand up and expand that, please do. think that gives an indication of what this is. And if you could display that for the jury, hold that up so people can see over here. We remove that in 620.
Give me the gloves again.
If you could identify the labeling on that envelope, please.
Gray sheet. Do you mind? Gray fitted sheet.
If we could hold that out. Soiling. You recognize the soiling on the sheet is
Yeah, it looks like.
soiling. Does this appear to be the sheet that was protruding from under the bed?
Yes.
Among those? I'd like to move that as State's Exhibit 21, please. Could you identify what is on that envelope, please?
It's listed as a second grade fitted sheet.
Does this also appear to be sheets that you seized from the bedroom on that night?
Yes.
Early that morning, excuse me. We move that as State's Exhibit number 22.
was
identify this item, please?
black plastic bag victim was in.
Could you describe the condition of that fragment of plastic?
It's a ripped portion of a full black trash bag, and it has two holes in it.
And is that substantially similar to how it was recovered from the scene?
It is.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 23. Identify this item, please.
Hefty trash bags.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 24. Could you identify this item, please?
New hyper tough door lock set.
We move that in as State's Exhibit number 24. If you could please identify, it appears from the outset that that has multiple items, is that correct?
It does have 4 items.
Could you describe the contents of this box, please?
Showing contains a choke chain, braided nylon leash, messenger bag, and a fireball container.
We'll go through each of these individually. The first bag that you...
This is labeled braided nylon, leash.
Indicates that we have a red and a pink leash.
Yes.
The state would move those in as collective exhibit number 27, 26.
And it is labeled 2 leashes.
And the bag is labeled 2 leashes. Bag is labeled choke chain. If you need to step down to retrieve that. State would move that in as State's Exhibit number 27, please. Fireball container with burnt papers / ashes. You want me to open all the way up? Yes, we can.
Okay.
See. Yeah, we can. State moves to enter that as State's Exhibit number 28.
messenger bag with chain and locks.
Exhibit number 29. And there was another large item received. Did you seize the freezer?
We did.
In the bedroom? And with some assistance, we can try to move that closer to the jury. If you could step down. Move this back slightly enough to be able to open. If you could, sir, could you open that door for the jury and show the contents? Judge, jurors have permission if they cannot see it from here to stand up.
Everybody can see it? We're good.
Your Honor, please, for purposes of evidence storage, we would identify this as the freezer that was seized, but we're not moving it into evidence. We're going to let the pictures of it and as it appeared at the scene suffice for the evidentiary record, but we did want to give the jury the opportunity to see it as demonstrative.
Thank you.
Record, Your Honor, I believe that there is a picture of the freezer, multiple ones in collective exhibit number 17. So that's acceptable. We will count that. I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Did you say that you were there when the search warrant was served? When the SWAT team went in?
I was in the area. I wasn't at the
At the
door or at the
residence.
house.
Okay.
I was in the area, maybe out by the street.
Okay. Were you aware that there were two big dogs that lived there too?
I knew there were some animals there.
Okay. Okay. And, okay, that's it, Judge. That's all I have.
All right, any redirect? All right, thanks, sir. You step down. Free to stay in the courtroom, free to go.
Excuse me.
You can go.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take your water with you. Thank you. Who's next?
Your Honor, that would be Tatiana Cochran with the TBI, who's also processing the scene.
And how long do you think that person will take?
Probably shorter than this one, but comparable because it is going through a scene processing. Fewer physical pictures and fewer physical exhibits. It would be, well, no physical exhibits, all pictures.
This really isn't a democracy. It's kind of, I'm in charge, but do y'all want to hear another witness today, or do y'all want to head shaking yes? Okay. Take another witness then.
And we're happy to do that, Judge. Do want to check because it is a little lengthier one if they want to break after that, if you may miss a
Everybody
bathroom
okay?
break.
Okay, we're all good.
All right.
Superstars. Very good. Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please. You'll raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll please state your name, first and last name, and spell them both for me, please.
My name is Tatiana Cochran, formerly known as Tatiana Smith, and my first name is spelled Tatiana, last name Cochrane.
Thank you. And questions from the state?
Thank you, Your Honor. That is a really good transition for me. You said formerly known as Tatiana Smith, so
Yes.
anything that you wrote your name on would probably be initial TS
Correct.
at that point, or any reports you did would have been Tatiana Smith at that point?
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Can you tell us who you work for?
I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation
And how long have you been with TBI?
for about 6 years.
And what is your job title and job description there?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist in the forensic biology unit, and I'm also a team leader with the Violent Crime Response Team, or VCRT for short.
So what's the VCRT?
That is a team of forensic scientists that will go out to scenes to perform crime scene investigation. So that would be for the collection, documentation, and preservation of evidence.
And were you working in that capacity in August of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell me about the training and experience you had to be able to perform that particular job?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science, and I also went through an extensive training. It was a 6-week-long training with the TBI. Essentially, the training was going through practical and theoretical exercises of how to process a scene on various disciplines. At the end, I took a written examination to pass. Also, I had to process a mock crime scene and then have a mock trial.
Could you walk us through when you're called out to respond to a crime scene in general? What are the steps you take and the procedures you go through?
So in general, when we get called out, we assemble the team and then get the vehicle and then go straight to the scene, where at that point we meet with the agent in charge and then get a briefing of what allegedly happened, what are we looking for, and then start processing the scene.
So is that what happened on this event, that you received a briefing when you arrived on scene?
Yes, it was.
And does the information in that briefing affect how you perform your duties on any given scene?
That depends on the information. The information can help us identify what exactly are we looking for. For this particular scene, we were looking for blood, so that does change from scene to scene, what we're looking for and what we're testing for.
Now, could you walk us through, because again, a lot of people have seen CSI and some people are not watching TV at all, so people may have an idea or an expectation, and people may not know anything. So for all us lay folks, when you're going and looking for blood, how do you begin to approach that on a scene?
So first, processing the scene, and when we get there, we need to photograph the scene as is before any processing is done. Once that was taken care of, then we move on to test for blood. So on the blood portion of it, we will first start with visual examination. So anything that we can see that may be blood, then we'll test it for it. There's a chemical color change test that we use at the scene called TMBP. And if that turns positive, at that point we will collect that sample with a wet and dry swab and then submit it for DNA analysis. If there is no visual staining that may be blood, or if we're looking for perhaps something that may be trace amounts of blood or cleaned up blood, we'll use another type of chemical called Blue Star. And that chemical, it's also a color change, but what it will happen is that if blood is present, then it will glow in the dark. So that way we will know where the stain is at, then we will further process with the TMBP, and if it turns positive, then we'll collect that sample and submit it for DNA analysis.
Now, you've talked a couple of times now about if something is blood. Does everything that you initially believe could be blood turn out to be blood?
No.
And so what do you do when you find something, either with the initial chemical or with the Blue Star, to make any determinations on whether that is a substance that could contain blood or DNA?
With the Blue Star, if it turns positive, not only blood, but all the things can turn positive, we will follow up with another test, the TMBP. And then at that point, if it turns positive as well, then we'll collect it. If it does not turn positive, then we'll just document that it was negative and not collected.
So when you find something and you collect it, could you walk us through the process of how that works to collect these things that luminesce or test presumptively kind of positive for things?
If it's an item that we can easily pick up and submit the item itself, we'll do that. If not, then we'll swab it. We'll use a wet and dry swab to collect that stain, put it in a swab pack, seal it, and then submit it to the laboratory for testing.
Now, in this particular case, were you doing physical collection of evidence, or were you doing swabs?
A little bit of both. Most of what we collected was swabs. So once I test the swab and it's positive, then I will be the one putting it in the swab pack and sealing it, and that will be the collection itself.
And so is this something you consider a team approach, where you're working with the Oak Ridge officers who are also collecting evidence?
They process the scene first. When the VCRT team comes in, then we work as a team, but usually among ourselves.
Okay. So in this case, you did do a number of swabs and seal them up yourself, correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible to swab every single surface area of a location or a crime scene, and why or why not?
No, not really. A lot of things can turn, so we'll take a sampling of that stain and further process it. But unless we swab every little inch of a wall or floor or ceiling, it's not ideal to process every single thing. We do tend to cluster in areas, so if we're in one room of the house, we'll try to swab as much as we can.
Does every swab end up yielding results that show that it was positive for blood or other substance?
No.
Are there any drawbacks to using things like Blue Star and things? Do they have any effect on the evidence itself?
Yes, so Blue Star is great to localize an area that you cannot see with your naked eye. However, because it does contain water, it can also dilute that sample, and that won't be enough sample to go through the DNA process and actually obtain a result. The chemical itself is also known to start degrading the DNA, and then cause issues also obtaining a result.
On CSI and TV shows like that, they kind of make it look like if a crime happened at any time in the past and there was blood there at any point, that it's going to show up with these Blue Star with like black light techniques. Is it an infinite amount of time that if blood was there that would bioluminesce or give some presumptive indication, or would things affect that availability over time?
I wish it was like that, but no. It can last for a very long time and still react, but depending on the stain itself and if it got mixed with other things, it can start essentially damaging what we're trying to test in blood, and it may not trigger, and it may something that is very old as well. It's really dependent on the scenario and what that particular stain has been introduced to. What are the factors around it?
And would time be one of those factors that could adversely affect the availability of collecting that evidence?
Yes, because it would be introduced to more outside factors that could break down the activity of what's there.
Are you able to test for any and all substances? Some people, I've used CSI several times, but there's NCIS where they will put something into a Thingamatron 3000 and it will tell them where it was manufactured, what factory does it, all that. Is that how testing works when you're doing these things, that you can test for all known substances on the planet?
No, it's very specific of what we can test, and not only on the field, but in the laboratory as well. There is no machine that we can put one thing and gives us various different amounts of information. It's very specific to what we're looking for.
So here's an example. Do you collect hair?
Yes.
Is the TBI lab able to process and analyze hair samples?
No, we do not perform analysis on hairs.
Yeah, but it is something that is collected as processing of a scene if you have that there.
Yes, because that can still be sent to another laboratory that has the technology to perform analysis.
Okay. So on this scene, you talk about your processing of it, and we've heard from another officer about his process for documenting a scene. Could you walk us through how you document a scene that you're walking through and you're going to do your swabs and collection?
The first thing is to describe the outside of the scene. Our documentation is a combination of photographs and also handwritten notes. How the house looks. Is it a house? Is it a car? Is it an apartment? Doors, windows, are they open? Are they closed? Were there people inside the residence before us? What is the overall condition of the scene? And then we start narrowing down the areas in which we need to test based on the briefing of what allegedly happened. And at that point, we'll start documenting what we see. And once we start the testing, then it gets a little bit more narrowed down to this is the area I'm testing, this is the stain. We'll assign numbers called markers to each stain. And then if it's positive, we'll collect it. And if it's negative, we don't. Move on to the next one. And we also measure that if the whole house is in play, then we would measure the entire house, inside, outside. If there's very particular rooms that are involved, then we can do only the rooms themselves instead of the entire place.
If there were bleach or chemical agents, cleaning agents, solvents used, is that information you'd want to know?
Yes, because Blue Star, that can react with bleach. So it does react a little bit differently. However, it does react. A positive is considered a positive. And then we would continue testing with the other testing.
And would use of those things like bleach affect the availability of actual biological evidence?
Yes, that would damage the DNA.
Okay, on this particular case, so you did your walkthrough, and did you document that with photographs?
I did.
Have you viewed those photographs from your examination and investigation into the house or this apartment at 318 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
With your permission, please would like to publish those. Like to review. You take a number of swabs. Some of those swabs will end up yielding evidence, correct?
Correct.
And some of those swabs do not yield evidence.
That's correct.
And if you could narrate for us what's going on as you're giving us the tour of your processing of this crime scene.
Okay. So this is a photo of the outside from the street. It's a street view, so you can see the side of the house. Then a little bit further back to show not only the house itself, but the surrounding areas. That is closing in on the numbers of the residents and also the showing the overlapping image to the side view. That is zooming in on all the numbers, the house numbers of that property. And then this is just a back, so again, to now I'm at a different view. I'm parallel to the house. That is me zooming in, getting to the door. And then that shows on the outside, Oak Ridge PD had already started processing the scene, so they had their staging area on the porch. And then it also shows that the door was open and there was a stairs to the upstairs. That's just a higher elevation to show what's on the top. That is zooming in to show that the residence that I'm about to process is 318. And then at this point, I'm going into the house, so I start taking photos of my way in. And that's again the stairs before I actually make into the house. So this is the living room, and overall of the living room will be a series of pictures that is 4 corners. So I will take pictures of it I will actually stand on each corner of the room so that I can get a full 360 of what the room looks like. So that's just zooming in into that living room. This is me in a corner beside the fireplace and pointing at the entrance of the kitchen. Now I'm at the entrance of the kitchen with the picture outward. So it shows the entrance of the residence and also the stairs. There was a closet in the corner that was difficult to get from the other picture, so I took another picture just to show that there was a closet and stuff in front of the closet as well. And that's just the upper part of the closet. That's the other corner that I'm taking pictures from now. And that is just showing where I was standing before in the left side of the fireplace. And then just going around to make my 360 of the room. And that's just another picture of pointing down so that you can see what is also what I'm seeing my eye level, but also on the floor. And then the next pictures are going to be me going up the stairs. And that's just showing from floor to ceiling pictures. That is right at the top of the stairway. When I look to my left, this is what I see. There is a bedroom to the left, and then there is a bedroom straight up, and that's the one that has the door showing that it's open with a mattress halfway down. That room is not involved, so we did not go into it. We went to the room that was to the left, and that was pictures of me. Because of positioning, I couldn't take a full picture from floor to ceiling, so I took pictures of the floor, and then I'm going to move up and show the remaining of the room as I view it from the outside. That is me standing in front of the other bedroom with the mattress, just looking back at the stairway. And then this is me working into the bedroom now. I'm trying to take pictures of the walls on my way in. And then again, it's showing everything that is on my way from that view. And that's the upper portion. I couldn't get everything in one picture. That's from the other corner, seeing what I see looking straight up at the bed. And then I go around. Now I'm in the other side of the bed and going around to show that view. And this is to show the entryway where we have the dresser, and there's also a mini fridge in there. And those are our supplies. After the briefing that we get, we do a walkthrough. So that is, we walk without taking any documentation yet. We're just trying to assess the scene. Are there anything that is in the way that we may kick and we need to collect it first? Are there any stains that we need to preserve before walking through the scene? So while we did a walkthrough, I went outside to start the overall photographs, and the team leader at the time started bringing our chemicals up to the bedroom so that we could start testing. So that's the view to the fridge that was in the closet. And that's just showing that there are other things in the closet as well. So now I'm just getting closer to it to take a better picture of the entirety of the fridge. And that marker was also already placed by Oak Ridge PD. So this is a picture of the inside of the fridge as is, so before any testing occurred. This is just a different angle showing the inside of the fridge. That is the tag, so that is something that we would call it identifier, so that if we need to find out, do we have the same fridge, what type of fridge is it, that's just information on the fridge itself, so we tend to take pictures of it. Then just showing the shelving, and this is more of a medium range, so now that we know that we're dealing with the fridge, and the fridge is open, we're now seeing stains that we want to show more or less where they're located from a medium view, if you will. Then we're going to start closing in on those stains. That's a hair that was on the arm of one of the arms of the fridge. That's just another better picture, more in focus. And we're showing at the bottom that the next picture is going to be something that was at the bottom, so you know where it's coming from. And that's just showing that there's some staining at the bottom. There's a hair in that corner where it's very shiny.
And if there's anything that you feel like you need to point out, we have a pointer and you can step down.
If you want me to.
I can see the hair here.
Okay.
They may have issues if you want to. Where's the pointer? I'll provide this to you.
I saw some squinting on the other side. That telescopes.
So
It's not a laser pointer. You'll actually have to stand up. It telescopes.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to just go up there?
Go ahead.
So this is the hair in the shiny portion. So that hair was also collected as evidence. That is another hair. So we're dealing with possibly human, and there's also a dog at the scene. We're not sure what is a dog hair and human hair at this point. So we're just collecting whatever the hair is in case if they do want further testing on it. And this is another one, and you can see there's like very smaller, finer hairs, and then there's this long one over here, and then there's more up here. This is just showing a different view from more far. It's still the arms.
If you could speak up when you're driving anything, because the microphone's over together and the court reporter.
So at this point, these are the arms of the shelving on the side of the door of the fridge. So you can see there's one here, one here, one here. So this is one of the shelvings that have, again, hairs all over. And that's just a close-up of the hairs that we could see. And some more hairs. And now we're getting to the staining. So this part over here is where we have the grill that goes like the actual shelving in the fridge, and the parts on the side of the fridge that holds the shelving in place. So this is where the stains are coming from. And that's just more staining. And then more over there. So there are various shelving that we're putting that has all on the same side that has these types of staining. So now we started marking these stains so that we could start testing. So these stains are very small. They're almost like needle-like point. So I circle at this point, and assign the stains in this area here, 12, this area here, 13, and then over here, it takes all of this top, as you can see, goes all the way up here. This is all 10. And 11, if you're looking at the fridge, is going to be on the right side. And from afar, you can see these are the shelves that have the staining. As you can see, some over here. There's some over here as well, and here. This is all considered stain 11. And that's just to show how small some of the staining were. And then this is the bottom drawer, so this is to the left of it, and there's some staining that goes from the inside to the outside of the fridge. And here, there's some hairs here, but there's also some staining, very small, on the shelvings. And then here, it's just to show again a different view of the picture with those numbers, and also now 11, that is the staining on the right side of the fridge. 12, over here, this is one spot, this is a different spot. Over here, there's also a tiny little spot. So they're very small and spatter-like, and some of this staining, and some are more like a smear. And that's how tiny it was. And all of these little ones over here too, this is all consistent with this type of stain. And down at the bottom as well, over here, here, and all these little dots over here. And that's just a close-up of the same dots. And that's just a different angle of that, the bottom drawer. And then now I'm coming out so you can see where the staining was, and then out to have a better idea of where it was located. And that's at the bottom. This is the drawer, and then this is pretty much coming outside. As you can see here, it's the outside and the bottom of the fridge. And there's hair, but there's also staining all around. Now on the right side, on those shelvings that there was a different picture with an angle that showed several different shelves. So these were also assigned different numbers. So this is 6, 7, 8, and 9 is the very last one. And that's a close-up of the stain number 6. And that's just a different angle because it was on the side and also on top. And then the overall, there's also more staining all around here, but this was the stain that was more concentrated, and they look very consistent with each other. So in this case, I circled the heavier and the more staining present, and I chose that to be the area which I'm testing. And that's number 7. And again, if you can see here, there's some more staining aside from here, but this one looked heavier and more staining present, so that's the area that I chose to circle it and test it. And that's just a different view from the top. And then I'm coming out again to show all the staining together and also 9 at the bottom. And this is closing in on the 9, so you have an idea of where the pictures and the staining are coming from. That was 8, some staining here, but again, I took this area here because it was heavier on the staining itself. And as you can see, there's like a little bit of like almost like smear-like over here, but then a lot of dots over here. They're a lot heavier than the other ones. And then 9, it's the last shelving. And for 9, I started processing it on this side over here. So that's the only actual area that I tested. And that's just a close-up of it. And then 10 is, so looking in the fridge, it's kind of like on the top. So this entire area here had smears and a lot of the smaller dots, and they were pretty heavy. So I called the entire consistent with one stain, and I called it 10. And that's just a little bit of a close-up. Just different angles. They were very small, so very difficult to see as well in the pictures. So the different lighting, we were trying to take it at different angles at this point to try to get those dots to really show up on the pictures. So this is showing what side is 11 in comparison with the entire fridge now. And then there's this staining up here, and then the ones that were down in the arms of the side of the fridge. And those are just like close up of all of the stains to have a better idea and see how much or how heavy the staining was. So those are just different angles, just showing how some of them are a little bit more smeared as opposed to dotted. Now we're back to downstairs. So the kitchen is about right here, and this is that closet that I couldn't see on the other angles. So inside the closet, it had a stain right there. So that stain got assigned a number, and then it was also further tested. And that's just a close-up of it. So now to the right of the fireplace, some of these were already marked on the visual before we started doing the Blue Star. These were visible, so we started marking all of the areas in which we wanted to test without even introducing Blue Star to it. So we circled the stains, and then all the stains that were positive, we assigned a number so that we could collect, and then the ones that were not positive, we X them out. So this is why there's an X here, an X there, and there's also an X down here. So those stains were not positive. And that's just showing you up close of that 16 stain. That's back to the door in the closet. That's an overall view of, again, of those same stains. That's just at a different angle, so it shows a little bit of a different lighting. And then those shoes were talked about that possibly could have been stepped on blood. We collected the shoes, however, we did not test it at the scene. So when there's items that we can easily collect and take it to the lab, we'll prefer to do that, because if anything happens during the testing, you'll have the item itself and you can retest it, as opposed to swabbing it, leaving it, and then you can't retest again if something goes wrong.
As part of your processing of a scene, do you check what items and put initials by it if it's swabs you collected? And is that part of the tracking system you do for the lab?
So typically when we're at a scene, we'll work as a team. So if I'm the one doing the testing and the swabbing, to not introduce contamination, somebody else will be writing them down. But we write down the time that something was collected and also who it was collected by. So at that time, because I was known as Tatiana Smith, my initials were TS. So everything that I tested will say that it was tested, either positive or negative, and then a TS, and then the time. And something that I collected, it will follow the same way. So the area will be described, then the date, the time, and then by whom, and that will be TS.
And is that compiled in a report that also goes to the forensic scientist who's going to be actually processing and analyzing the information?
That is correct. The team leader will compose all of that together and then write up a report.
May I approach? For identification purposes, do you recognize this report?
Yes, I do.
Is that the report that you just described of the swabs have taken, who took them, and the processing?
That is correct. That's the crime scene report.
Submission of the items for testing?
Yes.
Additional testing. I'd like that marked as identification only right now.
I think it's going to be under 13.
It's identification 13. Thank you. I pass this witness, Your Honor.
I don't have any questions, Judge. I don't have any questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can sit down.
All right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that completes our work for the day. You can leave your notepads in your chairs there. My understanding is that you have reservations for dinner at 6, so hopefully that'll be a pleasant experience for you. I don't know where you're going, so hope it's good for you. But I appreciate y'all's efforts today. We'll start back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in the morning again, and I hope y'all have a good night's rest. Everybody rise, please.
Follow me.
Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you. Have a seat.
With your permission, Your Honor, we'd like to remove the freezer and put that back into
Sure.
storage.
Is there anything we need to take care of or anticipate issues tomorrow or anything like that from the state?
No, I don't think so, Judge.
Anything from the defense?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. See y'all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock then.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Judge.